Yahweh shines the power, yeah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Thank you for joining us. We are here in Norfolk, Virginia, 2610 Grammy. All right, class days are Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 7 to 10. Fridays for Saturday morning Sabbath class from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. All right, we're going to open it up with the prayers. All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Batalanoah. Award.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Blessed you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. And you can find it in Matthew chapter 5 and verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah. Batalanoah. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Blessed you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet Savior represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can find it in Psalm chapter 141 and verse 2.
Panyawat Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Batalanoah.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Anashah.
Anashah.
Ayam. Baharyam. Be'ayah. Yabawa'ah. Isaiah. Yabawa'ah. My Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shamayam. Wa'arataza. Ma'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasharallah. Yahweh. Shamoria. Yahweh. Zelle. Ayel. Yum Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Mayawam. Wala'ah. Halabanah. Walayallah. Yahweh. Yashamaria. Makol. Rai. Yashamar. Benapasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitan. Ma'ai. Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh Elohai Noah. Yahweh Echad.
That is, hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one. And you can find that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
This is the Our Father prayer. Abba Noah. Shema Shemayim. Kodash. Haya. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak Wakah. Naba'ah. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Kowa. Haya. Bashemayim. Noah. Lacham. Kol. Yawam. Wasalach Noah. Kawabwak Noah. Kasalach Noah. Kawabwak Yenoah. Wala'ah. Nabiya Noah. Manasaya 1. Abo. Ahushai Noah. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Lakah. Hamalakwat. Wala'ala. Ba'ata Pa'arat. Ha'ewalamim. Amen.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
This is the 10 Commandments. Number 1. La'ah. Yahaya. Lakah. Al-Horim. Achorim. Al-Panya.
Thou shalt not have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ta'aisha. Lakah. Pasol. Wala'ah. Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Talakwat'ah. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawat.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakor. Hayawam. Hashabah. Lakwadash.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Wa Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Tazarak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ainah. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Takamah. Kol. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabiim was free to be seated.
Get the water here. I put the water. Put the down.
So the first reading.
Yeah, let's bring it. Who's first?
Listen, don't hesitate, baby.
All right.
Raka Award, Sabbath, God, Bun S.O.W.
The Khan Award, something to show of God, born Yasharala. Men of Israel, mighty, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah. That's you. All right. All right, we're going to start. All right, today's read starts in Genesis chapter 23. Genesis chapter 23. And you're going to read from Genesis chapter 23, verse 1, all the way to Genesis chapter 24, verse 5.
Nobody there is accomplished. Genesis chapter 23, verse 1. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath Arba. The same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up before his dead, and spake unto his sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger, and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my Lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead.
All right, so this is, again, let's do a little recap. So we just read last week, we understand that Abraham was willing to offer up his son Isaac to the Most High. And so for that, he received favor in the eyes of the Most High. So now he's become renowned in the places that he dwells. His characteristics, his humility, his mannerisms are known far and wide. So now Abraham is in this place at, where was he? He's in Hebron, right? And now he wants to bury his wife. And you can see the dealings he dealt with these other nations, as far as these other nations. He was very cordial, right? And you see how they treated him. No disrespect. No, like, I'm above you. Who are you? No, they verse 6. Read that again.
Verse 6. Hear us, my Lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us.
See, listen to how these nations addressed Abraham. You see that? But he didn't walk around like he was cock of the walk, right? Cock-a-doodle doing. No, he walked and carried himself in a respectful mannerism. These are the things that we got to look out. These small, little, intricate details to see we got to have those characteristics within us. So they're addressing him as my Lord, right? But let's see how how he conducted himself to these people. Go ahead.
In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee this sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land.
See, look at that. So there you got this humility act going back and forth. It's bouncing back and forth. They call him my Lord. He gets up and he bows himself. That's a sign of humility. That's a sign of hospitality. Again, he embodied the 1 Timothy chapter 3 that we
we always beating the brothers' heads, right?
God.
Con. This is a mannerism that we gotta have. Yes, sir.
I got a scripture.
Yes, sir. Break it down.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 18.
Wait for everybody to get it. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 12 verse 18. If it be possible, as much as life in you, live peaceably with all men.
Con. Go ahead. Why are you bringing that out?
I mean, well, just going, we've been reading about Abraham, examining the character of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why is he known as the father of faith? Looking at how the integrity of Abraham, you know, how he dealt, even when he was in desperate, dire situations. And even right here, you know, he's dealing with these nations, right? He didn't come out like how you were saying. He didn't come out calling them filthy, stinking Africans and stuff like that. You know, he still had he's very diplomatic. He's very diplomatic.
I like that word.
Yeah.
You look it up. Let's look it up. Because that's what he's deploying everywhere he goes. He's deploying diplomacy. Con?
God.
So let's find out what this diplomacy is.
Oh, got it.
Go ahead.
Diplomat. A person who can deal with people in a sensitive and effective way.
Look at that. Everybody throws that word around all the time, right? You got a record label named after it, but not knowing the true nature. He was Dipset before Dipset.
Right?
He was deploying. Read that again.
Diplomat. A person who can deal with people.
He can deal with people, but not any type of disrespectful fashion.
Right.
Right? Like the scripture says, if it be possible, deal peaceable with all men, right?
God.
So, and that's how he dealt everywhere he went. He was peaceable. He didn't address them in a disrespectful fashion. He dealt with wisdom. How many of us can recognize that this man dealt in wisdom, and you can see that's counter to how we conduct ourselves? Yeah, we move around with no wisdom, no diplomacy. Go ahead.
It says, a person who can deal with people in a sensitive and effective way.
Right, he's dealing in a sensitive and effectful way. What's the effect? The effect is I don't want to be at odds. I don't want to be at war with this man that I'm dealing with. I'm in another man's country right now. I'm in another man's land. Let me deal efficiently. Yeah.
And it says sensitive and effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
But look at how selfless he was. He wasn't self-centered. This man is actually going through the loss of his wife. Right? So instead of tapping into that emotion, right, and having him act irate and act with that emotion, he still used wisdom to deal, to get what he needed. A lot of us, you know, something happens, or God forbid somebody uses a towel and stains it, you know, you get emotion. Right? But here it is, Abraham, he's showing us how to deal at all times, even at the loss of his wife. You know, he didn't tap into that emotion.
You said God forbid what?
Somebody use your towel, stain your towel.
And then you just lose it out?
Yeah, you just lose it, yeah.
Check this out. Go to Hebrews chapter 12, verse 14.
Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 14.
Sounds like life moments.
Give me a count when you get it. Go ahead.
Hebrews chapter 12 verse 14. Follow peace with all men.
And that's what Abraham was doing. Ecclesiastes 4:7. Go ahead, read that again.
Follow peace with all men.
And everywhere he went, whether he dealt with the Egyptians when he was with his rib, or whether he dealt with Abimelech, he followed peace. Peace followed with him. The Most High was with him. Not just a man of war, but a man of peace. Go ahead.
And holiness.
And what?
Holiness.
And he was set apart. The actions that he did, he showed, listen, I'm not of you guys. That's why the Most High picked him out of the land of Mesopotamia and told him, get up and go, bro. You're opposite of these people. Go ahead.
Without which no man shall see the Most High.
Right, because when they see those actions, now they're looking at you as if they've seen the Most High. Right? Because this was in his mind. Ecclesiastes 4 and 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4, verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Get thyself the love of the congregation.
So now because he walked around in this diplomacy, right, characteristic, this diplomatic state, he got himself the love of the congregation. So now, what does that mean? When people address him, they didn't address him like he was just some ninja. They're calling, you got every man in another country calling you Lord. And they're acknowledging you as a prince. You see that? That's what it means to get yourself the love of the congregation. If it be possible, be at peace with all men. When you do these characteristics, you get love. The Most High moves in your favor.
Right. And let me say this. This is I know this might bore some of y'all, but this is what characteristic you don't apply. Right? Like, for some reason we think when you engraft thug into Israelite, that's a Hebrew. Like, because I'm rolling like the old man and I put them together, but that's a Hebrew. I'm pulling the old swag, the old vibe to the new, and that's a Hebrew. Right? Y'all know Israelites do that. You know it'd be like, okay, I'm gonna bring the nigga to the truth and graft them together, and then that's the new man, right? Just with the Bible. Bruh, that's what Israelites do. And when you see them move, you realize, wait, man, these dudes are just niggas. They're not Hebrews, right? They're thugs with fringes, thugs with, and I'm using the word thug like the white man uses it. Damn hoodlums. They roll like hoodlums, and then they mingle that together. I'm gonna say this. When I started actually reading and looking at the characteristic of the men, I had to do a lot of inward checking. Like, wait a minute, it ain't what I see in a lot of us or myself. I don't see that. And then you start looking at, damn, the characteristics of these guys, and you start saying, wait a minute, we was on a different standard. We was not on the same standard that a lot of brothers show. And it's gotta be, you gotta wake up. We gotta wake up and understand that, like, this is why a lot of times we don't reach certain levels, because we're not trying to achieve these characteristics, right, of these men of the scriptures, the examples that the Most High gave us. So it's very, very important. Like the sequence of scriptures y'all just went through, that's beautiful, because it shows that it links right with the scriptures, the mind state, right? We weren't every situation combative, argumentative, fighting. I gotta talk over the man. I gotta be disrespectful. Like, man, I wish this would get out to a lot of people, man. But there's a lot of us that, like, even conscious minds, right? Minds that are really up there, right? A lot of times it be us with knowledge that our character is really flawed. It be us with knowledge that we think being a brute, being a beast. I was gonna say a D head. I was gonna say a D head. I was gonna say it.
A phallus head.
A phallus head. You think that is a Hebrew Israelite, right? Now, oh, hold on a second. Let her fix that. Yeah, coming through that way is not the way. Okay. Right. You know, just a reminder. And remember, I'm not shooting at everybody else and not myself. I'm saying this because I got to realize this within myself more and more. Like, what is a real Hebrew? What is an Israelite? What is a real standard, right? And then you start seeing, damn, there's a lot of characteristics of these righteous men that you don't have. So, not to hurt anybody's feelings, but to really hurt all of our feelings. You know what I mean? For us to look at ourselves and be like, damn, I realize that I'm just a thug with a Bible. I'm just a hoodlum with a hoodlum with a Bible, right? So, you got to work harder to change and realize, hey, I'm not even living up to these standards. Like, that's a high level for Abraham. And I put this up as we're reading to, like, just look how the bad examples, because there are good examples, but look at the bad examples of how brothers interact with each other from other schools. They don't do this. He's doing this with a heathen, right? That's why all we can do is follow the example of the scriptures, right? Which is what? Bro, I don't care where you're from. You're a Hebrew, shalom. Right. How's it going? Right. Much love. Right? But when they give you the negative, snobby, bougie, who are you, nigga, look, shalom, and I'm going to keep it moving. You know what I mean? I don't got to render evil for evil, railing for railing. We got to become this, and we don't need the bad example to be the main example. You know what I mean? So, yeah, very good sequence of scriptures. Did you finish that, though? Go ahead. You did finish it. Okay, all right, let's jump back then. Where you at?
Genesis chapter 23, verse 7. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of heaven. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I shall bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he had, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you.
Right. That's why he had connections. Right? The quality of man he was, that kept his connections. Even if you put it on the level of what? Agree with thine adversary quickly when thou beest in the way. Right? Let's use that. In every way, be at peace with all men, if it be possible, right? Win the love of the congregation, right? All these things. You're like, well, that was Israelites. That was everybody. Look at the example. Look at the example of the Mashiach, what he did, right? How did he roll? How did he deal with the Gentiles, right? How did he deal with Israel, right? If anything, he was doing a way more cutting of Israel, right, than stirring up things with the Gentiles. Go ahead.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
I like the story that Asa brings out about one of the Virginia Beach cops that patrols the mall.
Yeah.
In Lynn Haven. That he wanted, applying what we learned from these men in the Bible.
Right.
So there was one incident that happened at his house of some kind of domesticals or something, and the police knocked on the door. Now the guy that Asa went over.
Right.
Was there, but his partner, who didn't know Asa, wanted to come in, just like the cops do.
Yeah.
You see a young black man, you automatically guilty. But because Asa had already established this relationship,
right.
The guy was like, nah, definitely not my guy. He's good. We haven't got to worry about this. But his partner, he wanted to force the issue.
Beautiful. See, and remind you, remember, we got to teach more of this. because it's on us to teach it. Like, because if you don't teach it in these schools, the water says, if you don't teach it in these schools, what happens? The young men, they come in and then they roll like thugs and hoodlums, right? What?
Another one, I was talking about Akir, and he was talking about a kid in his class. So apparently his older brother, is into the knowledge, but his example, oh man, he needs to hit his class. He says that whenever he sees Esau, he'll put guns out on him. He's talking to him about how he wants to kill him. You're going into chains. You're going into captivity. You know what I mean? So these are the things that when we go out and do flyers and we tell them, oh yeah, brother, sister, you know you an Hebrew Israelite according to the Bible.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear that because of all these bad examples that they see out there. You know, instead of looking at the men of the scriptures, of the scriptures.
That's the case. Once again, they try to sew old cloth on new garment and then say, oh, that's a Hebrew. A Hebrew is the same guy I was in the world, but now I got ammo, give myself a reason to move like that, right? Which is not a reason, because if you look at it, we didn't roll like that, right? This is high level right here. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the...
Right, so y'all know who the Hittites are, right? What? Who are they? Right, the Hamites, Africans, right? Go ahead.
The Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my Lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee, bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My Lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham waved to Ephron the silver, which he had named.
Now imagine if he had a bad name. Imagine if he had a, Abraham comes around, man, he argues with everybody. Abraham comes around, man, and he curses out everybody. Abraham comes around, man, and bruh, don't mess with that cat, Abraham. Right, he's a damn brute. Right? Imagine that. You just gave an example. Now, yeah, he's a kid, right? But how many brothers, grown men, actually roll like that? They roll in this mold. So you can see that how his name was beautiful among the nations, right? In return, you see how it spills over to his family, right? So we got to understand how to move on a high level. I keep saying it. The white man don't even move like that. He's the devil, right? When he comes up, he comes up smiling with a suit, shakes your hand, right? And guess what? He's going to lay off everybody. Right? Right? The scriptures say be wise as a serpent, but you want to come in and what? Be the damn thug and let them know your whole mind, everything you got planned, everything you got set up, how you feel about them. Right? And you don't understand, well, why are they against me? You know how many brothers do this at work? You know how many sisters do it at work? Like, you don't got to let them know. You know what I mean? You don't got to let them know all the time they're the devil, they're the serpent, they're the Most High's finna drop. We get it. You got to have some ammo tucked and understand how to move wise among them. Right? See, so yeah, I just look at this and it's really descriptive in defining this man. Yeah. Yeah.
But Luke 16 and 9, go with that.
Where is it? Go ahead. Pull it.
Friends of the man.
Okay, read it.
Luke chapter 16, verse 9.
Luke 16 and 9. Listen, y'all getting precepts, man. Go ahead.
And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitation.
Yeah, that definitely goes with it. See, but once again, brothers ain't moving like that. They think everything is a street speaking, and a bad one at that, right? They think everything is, I got to go out just yelling at everybody. That's not how the Most High, the men from Abraham all the way through, you start to see the characteristic. And you have to check yourself. You got to be like, damn, you know what? That's real. What the hell am I doing? Well, what you're doing is you're engrafting a Negro, a Hispanic, a Black American into what a Hebrew Israelite is. That's not, if we're not, none of these are false names, then why do you act like it? Why do you put on that persona? And don't come with all this, that's how I grew up, that's what I grew up around. We all grew up like that. But at the same time, what's the point of being baptized, renewed, born again? We have to put away all these things. Go ahead.
Which he had named.
This is just to piggyback off of all of that. Deuteronomy 4 and 6. God, baby, I'm with you.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 6.
Who? Give me a comment. Everybody has it. So when you carry yourself, and this is so beautiful, it's immaculate. When you carry yourself in this well-respected fashion, when you carry yourself in like, you're not just knocking down the door, waving the fo, right? When you come in and you're subtile, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, and they see the fringes, but they're looking at your mannerisms, and then they're putting two and two together. They're like, wait a minute, this doesn't line up. You got the fringes. I know those are Hebrew Israelites, but look at your mannerisms. You ain't acting like a nigga. You ain't acting like a thug. You ain't acting like you the head woman in charge. Hey, you're well respected. Your mannerisms are nice, right? They can't put two and two together, but this is what they think. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 6. Keep therefore and do them.
And that's what Abraham was doing. From his youth up, he gathered the instructions of the Most High, and he did it. He didn't just talk about it. He was about that in his actions. Go ahead.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
So now these nations are looking at like, dang, that's a Hebrew Israelite indeed.
Right.
Like when Yahweh Shai seen Nathaniel, he said, wow, an Israelite indeed, in action. And that's the separation that we have to have from other Hebrew Israelites who so-called want to engraft their niggerism into Hebrew Israelites. Huh?
I heard the most disgusting statement from a so-called elder when he says, what did he say? I serve the nigger God. Like that's do we not teach Deuteronomy 28? Like that's a byword. So like how are we saying the Most High, right? The creator of heaven and earth is the nigger God? Is that what we saying? Like, this crazy, man.
That's stupid as heck.
So what I just threw in here, so brothers don't think I'm taking psychedelics, is some oregano and some peppermint. That way you don't think it's like, what is he throwing in there? He's going off. Just oregano. It's Quatazop's tonic, little mixture. All right, go ahead and read on.
Come. Which he had. Come. Genesis chapter 23, verse 16. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 100 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah,
Yeah.
Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And altered.
Where you at?
Where you at?
Verse 19.
Oh, right. Machpelah and Mamre, and the same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Verse 20.
Oh, 19.
Oh, you at verse 19?
John, I think mine's cut off.
Yeah, that's fine. I just read 19.
Verse 20. In the field, in the cave that is therein, there was made sure unto Abraham for possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Genesis chapter 24, verse 1. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Most High had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Most High, the power of heaven and earth, the power of heaven, and the Most High of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my country, and to my kindred, and to take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him.
Okay, so I always repeat this because I know it's going to come up. Brothers don't catch it. When you read Ezekiel 16, and it says your father was a Canaanite, your mother was a Hittite, that was mockery, because we know he doesn't come of Ham. It was mocking Israel, right? It doesn't mean Abraham, our forefather, was a Hittite. It means that you came from amongst heathens, and I made you into something. So just want to put that in perspective, Ezekiel the 16th chapter, because I know when y'all read it, and then people might try to pull that on you, right? Or Abraham was a heathen. Abraham was a Gentile. Abraham was not a Gentile. He was the sons of the Most High. A Gentile was defined anybody outside of that. Right?
Right.
Okay. What verse you at?
Verse 5. And the servant said unto him.
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
And another thing is in verse 3, when it shows when Abraham gave this, when he made this pact with the servant, it shows that Abraham had the law. When we go to Deuteronomy chapter 7, it tells us not to take the daughters, or the son, not to give our sons or our daughters to them. So it shows Abraham had the law about, that intermarriage.
Yeah. Yep. That was our tradition. A lot of these traditions were just written down in the law that we knew from the beginning of time. Go ahead.
And the servant said unto him, peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou comest?
Right. All right. Next, brother.
Wiped it.
Ban Yashalom.
Ma'al Shabbat Yahawada, Bon Yasha'Allah. Amaju, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah Barakathon.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat.
Thumb. You, thumb. T-H-A-M. Thumb. Thumb. All right, you're reading from verse 6 down to verse 30. This looks like this is going to be a quick one. We always say that.
We're going to do 25?
We're definitely going through 25. So it might not be, because I'm going to go in. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 24 and verse 6. And Abraham said unto him, Beware that thou bring not my son thither again. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence.
Okay, quick quiz. What land was promised to Abraham? Raise your hand. What land was promised to Abraham? Sis. Huh? Canaan. Right? Which it was first name. And then it was what? I know. What? Israel. There you go. All right. Hey, a lot of cats don't know that. You gotta know these little things. And at this point, y'all that be showing up, right, with y'all that are addicted to the ministry, you know, this should be nothing. These are basics that y'all should have down, should be spewing off with no problem. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee,
then
thou shalt be cleared from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again.
Right. So, good point here. The woman wasn't willing to follow you, meaning that she wasn't hit over the head. Right. You gotta say that. She wasn't hit over the head like, listen, you're gonna come. She wasn't forced. Right? No, you gotta say that, because a lot of cats think like, well, man, from what they see, Israelites are brutes. And a lot of brothers get that, and they don't get the balance from the scriptures. Like, look, we rode with honor, class, right? Order, discipline, right? Go ahead.
Verse 9. And the servant put his hand.
So question, like, even though dealing with that, even if it was a arranged marriage, the sister still had the option to choose if she didn't want to go?
What it's saying here in this instance, that and as we read on, you're going to see they talk to them about it. Yeah, it wasn't just like, listen, you're forced in. It wasn't a forced marriage. Right? As we read on, it's gonna go into that. It's gonna show the little nuances that you're like, oh, okay, wait a minute. This was more like they talked about it. The father was like, listen, I got somebody for you. You know what I mean? And he was like, what you think? You can see that through reading. I'm jumping way ahead, but go ahead.
Verse 9. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master.
Yeah.
What was the purpose of that?
What?
Putting the hand under the thigh.
Oh, it looked like a custom, right? To where it's like they had their little blood brother pack. You know how we had back in the days, a little blood brother pack. The handshake, right? That's what that's about. I mean, remember, that's not in the law, but that is what they had to say, hey, we're making this vow, right? We had stuff like that though, like the weird custom of you take off the shoe, right? Yeah, you would take off the shoe. It was dealing with the law of the brother. Yeah, like you didn't want to take the brother, you would take off his shoe. And did you spit at him? You spit on him? Like that's in the law. Like if he didn't want to take on your wife, if he didn't want to take on the wife of the brother that was dead. To bring about a son. Okay. Yeah, let me slow it down. Right? So all right. Then you would go through this custom.
He's like, why did he die? I don't know what that.
Yeah, Khan. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes men are thinking like that in the past. Even nowadays, brothers is like, why would I have to do that? Like, it's not about that though. See, what us nowadays, everything's about sexual relations. So you're not looking at it as like back in the days, like, look, I'm bringing forth seed to my son, right? It was honorable to do it back in the days. Now we don't have no honor because our whole mind is geared towards sexual relations. I mean, in the physical pleasure, we're not looking at the honorable things that was done outside of just sex. So when you look at the women in the scriptures and the man having more than one wife and the big families and the maids that are given to the husbands, women can't see that because all they're thinking about is sexual relations. They're not thinking this is going to bring in lineage. They're not geared towards, oh, my husband needs a line. It's a whole different mind state. All right, go ahead.
Genesis 24 and verse 10. And his servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed. For all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O most high power of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water.
Hold up. Give me Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 6. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 6 real quick. Read verse 12 one more time, Miles, please.
Verse 12. And he said, O most high power of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham.
So this is a servant who's basically, he's been under the tutelage of, he's been under the servitude of Abraham, huh? So what is he doing at this moment? Now this is the Most High. He calls him the God of Abraham, right? My master, right? But he's following suit of what Abraham was doing, which is where this scripture comes into play. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 3.
No, verse 6.
Verse 6.
In
all thy ways acknowledge him.
And this is what we got to do. This is the way Abraham moved. And so in the absence of his master, right, the servant of Abraham, this is how he's moving. He's like, you know what? Let me not go into my own mind state and do my own thing. I've been seeing the Most High been working for my master. You know what? Let me touch a piece of that. Let me get a bar of that real quick. So what did he do? He acknowledged the Most High. He said, Most High, listen, I need this done in the name of my my master, Abraham. Please bring this up on me. So in all your ways, not some of your ways, the problem is the things that happen in our lives is because we don't acknowledge the Most High. You're afraid to do what? The service of the Most High, but you didn't acknowledge the Most High to make it happen. When you look at when we go in the future about like David and the wars and stuff like that, Israel always asks permission of the Most High. Whether it be something small or whether it be something great. You gotta read it again.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 6. In all thy ways acknowledge him.
However you're maneuvering in the streets, in class, in your life, in school, at your job, you gotta acknowledge the Most High. You gotta put the Most High first. And what's gonna happen? Read on.
And he shall direct thy path.
And he's gonna direct your path. If you want a good outcome, acknowledge the Most High, and he will direct your path. He'll put you on the right path to righteousness. And that's what this servant, seeing that Abraham did, he followed suit. Con? Go ahead. Well, that was it.
Con. Genesis 24 and verse 13. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking.
Remember, so he's going amongst his kindred, right? And this is how he's choosing a wife, right, among his people. Go ahead.
Con. Verse 15. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Maachah, the wife of Nahor.
Right. So, what verse are you at?
Con, last precept, verse 15.
Verse 15. Right, Rebekah, who was born of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother. So, write this scripture down. What is this scripture telling us? What?
Isaac married his cousin.
So she was his cousin. All right? She was his cousin. Okay? And we know when the law came, right? When the written law came, your cousins, your first cousins, I think your first and second cousins is, no, yeah.
Well, in the law,
What?
it states everything on your father's side,
On your father's side.
according to the law.
Okay, pull it.
Yeah.
Pop that gun. All right, let's pull that. While he's getting that, we can read on. But note this here. I'm glad you pointed that out too. Note this here. Go ahead.
Con, last precept, verse 15. Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. Verse 16. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin. Neither had any man.
Remember, this is another scripture pointing out the Bible, how it defines a virgin. I'm giving y'all the precepts so y'all won't come 5 years later talking about, I didn't know Abraham. It's like, you ain't been in all these 8-hour classes? Why are you asking me, why are you bringing up something 5 years later because somebody brought it up online and you act like you don't understand? I got to keep doing this because people, it was like, what are you talking about, bro? You've been sitting here through 8-hour classes and all of a sudden you just been epiphanies come up. The Bible is telling us here that a virgin was defined in 2 ways. Right? Read that part again.
Con. Verse 16.
And
the damsel was very fair,
right,
to look upon,
a
virgin. Neither had any man known her.
So it's telling us here, a virgin wasn't just defined. So this virgin of the Bible goes with the virgin when it says one that hasn't had sex or a young woman of marriageable age. So that is the correct defining according to the scriptures on how we looked at it. So she could be a virgin and then her husband died, but she's still a young woman of marriageable age. She could still be a virgin. That's why he pointed out she was a virgin and no man what? Knew her. Right? Knew means get to know you better. Right? So no man laid with this woman. Go ahead. So she was a double blessing, right? Go ahead.
Last precept, verse 16. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. Verse 17. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hastened.
Now,
Bring it out.
sisters.
Bring it out.
Sisters.
Bring it out.
Good sisters.
Go with it. Come on. Jesus.
Okay. What are we learning about this woman? What did she do? What is it about her? Okay, because you're going to pause and you're going to freeze on me. I'm going to go ahead and read it again. And then I'm going to go around and ask y'all. You don't get two freezes, y'all. You don't get to freeze up twice. So before you freeze on me, we're going to read it again and you're going to tell me what we're getting out of this. What you supposed to, as a woman, as a sister, as a brother, what are you supposed to be getting out of this, right? Read it again. Read it loud, strong.
Verse 18.
Uh-huh.
And she said, Drink, my lord.
Uh-huh.
And she hastened and let down her pitcher upon her hand.
Right. So, this little moment right here does what about Rebecca? What is it showing about Rebecca? Okay, let me try the young light-skinned boy. Go ahead. You got to talk loud. No. Like you at home going against your brother. Come on, let's go.
She basically has two gods according to the commandments.
She has what? No, sit down. No, rethink it, buddy. Rethink it. Sisters, what is this showing? Precious. She's hospitable. She don't know this man, right? So, let's apply it to our arena. Like, you got a feast going on, and you're the only sister sitting down while everybody else is serving, right? And helping everybody out. This sister was hospitable, right? Another thing you could tell didn't come out her mouth. I don't know him. Or how about this one? He ain't my man, right? Right. The nigga checklist, burn it up. Yeah. The things that you're gonna say that's not right. Rebecca is showing us. Wait a minute. She had hospitality. She had respect. What? I can't hear you. Cheerful? Charitable. Who is this sister back there? Right? She had charity. Right? She had charity. So you see this because she didn't know this person. Not like that. But she had respect. Go ahead, read on. Oh, what you got?
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
The word is called integrity, right? And Bakar, what was that definition for integrity? We be talking on this. We hit this word every Sabbath. Integrity isn't just known for men. Integrity is known of women as well, right? This is our great forefather's grandmother. This is our great grandmother, right? Go ahead.
Integrity. trustworthiness and incorruptibility.
No. You're reading that too fast. You got to slow that down. Slow that truck down. Because that's a beautiful first word. Go ahead.
Trustworthiness.
Trustworthiness. When? Is it in front of your parents? No. It's in the absence.
Right.
Are you a meek and humble sister in front of everybody? Shalom. No. It's trustworthy in the absence. When you're behind closed doors, are you still moving and talking like Rebecca? Or did that nigga checklist come back up? Are you moving and acting like Rebecca on the streets, at your job? Or is it only when you're in class, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and Saturday mornings?
See, but this is why. See, this is why a lot of sisters, you don't grow, because the spirit of deceptiveness, the spirit of I'm gonna hide how really I feel, and I'm gonna act one way in front of everybody, but when I get it back on the phone with my hood rat ass mom, I'm gonna start talking like her, acting like her. This is the problem, because you're trying to live two lives, right? You trying to let the ninja live vicariously through you, and then you fake the front in front of people. See, here I go again on my Christian tangent, because this is the problem with Israel. You be just like Christians, but you be popping with that damn, well, I'm an Israelite. I believe. You're phony like Christians. How could you look at people in their face and be one way, and then go behind doors and be another way? Y'all see this? Y'all know that's hypocritical, right? I don't see it. I see the brothers saying con and the sisters, y'all mute as hell. Are y'all lips sewed together? Okay, when I ask y'all a question, I'm asking all of y'all, do y'all know this? Yeah, I'm asking y'all, because if not, we got to go through it. Y'all got to understand that, and I want to hear you say, Con, so every time you say amen, you're accountable for it. Right. I want to see your lips move. Right? So you can sign that spiritual contract. Yeah, I know I'm being a demon. I know I'm being fake. You know what I mean? You got to understand that accountability. You can't be this type of person. You can't look at yourself in the mirror when you're that type of person. Right? The hypocrite. You're in front of people with one thing, behind their back another thing. The Most High is showing us we can't be like that. You have to be accountable. You got to have integrity. We talk about that a lot, integrity, right? Go ahead. What you got?
What is that?
Integrity. Trustworthiness and incorruptibility to a degree that one is incapable of being forced to a trust, responsibility, or pledge.
So you're holding the standard about yourself. What you're doing is you're holding a standard about yourself. There's another definition that I wanted to, but it's cool. It's maintaining, what is it?
The one that you wanted, the quality of being honest.
Yeah.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. Right.
So what does that mean, though? When it's a moral, it's internal. It's not just outward. So you're not gonna just fake the front. You're not gonna do a humbling act in the presence of everybody, but it's within you. That means when you look inside yourself, that's a characteristic that you have. It's not an action that you do. It's like when you do the punch, right? You do it, so you have to do it so much to where it's your natural instinct, where it naturally flows. And that's what the integrity is. It's in the, go ahead.
You know what? You brought out a point right here. Like, it takes practice, right? Remember, we're born in iniquity. Remember, we're born into sin. Remember, you hear me always talk about the ninjas, right? That we were. Right, but are you practicing to get that out of you? Because that's what this is about. None of us is clean. No, not one, right? We're all filthy, right? But the Most High is looking for the will and desire to continually change, right? If nobody's clean, then we got to constantly look at ourselves and say, damn, am I fighting to strive for this perfection? So you got to be constantly looking at yourself and going through the motions of it. Damn, I know this is wrong. Not just because Kazaki points out my niggerish tendencies, right? But really because when I look at the Bible, these men, these women didn't deal like that. That's not how they function. That's not the characteristic of a righteous man or woman. So you got to look into yourself and constantly fight to change those characteristics. See? Go ahead.
Scripture.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
Train up a child in the way he should go.
And this is the home training. It starts at the home. Fathers, mothers, how are you raising your children? In this instance, Rebecca was raised in the right fashion. It said, train up a child, go ahead.
In the way he should go.
You got to train your daughter up in the way you want her to go. It can't be the way that you were brought up, because you came into the truth in your 30s and in your 20s, your late 20s, in your early 30s. You can't train up a child in the way that you were raised. No, you got to raise your child up in the fashion of the Bible, of the scriptures. How many precepts does your daughter have? How many precepts does your son have? Does he know how to break down scriptures? You got to raise your child according to how the scriptures talk about, not the way you were raised. Because you can cook, because you can clean, because you got a period, you're a woman, because you got hair on your genitalia, you're a man, because your voice is deep. No, the scripture says a man shall be commended according to his knowledge. A woman's going to be commended according to her knowledge of what? Some worldly aspect? No. It's to what the scripture says. Yeah. So you have to train up a child in this fashion. And what's going to happen?
And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
And that's where the integrity comes in. You're training this integrity inside your child. So when they get old, it's within them. Con? That was it.
Okay, jump back.
Gone. Genesis 24 and verse 18. And she said, drink, my lord. And she hastened and let down her pitcher upon her hand. Con. And gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hastened and emptied her pitcher into the trough.
Right. You got to think about it. She's getting the water. She's working. And then stranger comes up. She's already working for herself. Right? Now, is this an easy task? Who knows about getting water from a well? There you go. Southern cats, huh? Okay. Immigrants, yeah. Yeah. Right? I was pointing at my rib. Right? Y'all know about it, right? You got to pull that boy up. Yeah. So you was a strong woman, right? You was a strong woman to constantly do this, and you doing this for somebody else. At that moment, what do regular women do? What do base women do? They what?
They roll their eyes.
Okay, coming from a Judite home, they roll their eyes.
They
right? Then they what? They're like, man, they get an attitude because this is a lot of work. Right? Why do I have to do that? Right? You ain't with nobody? You ain't got no help, bro. Right? Talking all at the mouth, being disrespectful.
But here's the thing, because when you read about the servant, Abraham's servant,
right?
He wasn't by himself.
Right.
So it wasn't just like, okay, I'm gonna get some water for you. He was with men.
Right.
He brought reinforcements with him.
Right.
So it wasn't just, okay, I'm gonna give you some water. Or who's with you? Like, she could see obviously there were men with him.
Right.
Come.
I like how you put train up a child, and you said it perfectly. This is all inbred into us, right? Yeah. On the same note, but another note. That's why you know that Muslim thing and religious people are fake, because the whole hijab, the head cover, they're losing it out there in Iran, because now and now you see what's really in their heart. See, that's the thing. That's when you do things through robotic. Through, I'm doing this, and spiritually I'm not really connected to what I believe in. And is that not what we get from a lot of religious people? Fake, phony, you do one thing in front of one person, and then behind the back you do something else. That's a lot of religious people. Muslims, Christians, Hebrews. Come on. I'm going to keep dumping Israel in there. Why? Because a lot of these cappers, got to realize, stop capping. Huh? Cappers, stop capping. Yeah.
What Luke chapter 8, verse 16, would that apply?
Go ahead.
Luke chapter 8, verse 17. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. In verse 18.
No, I mean, right there, I get it. I think it is applicable on this sense, that the heart is going to reveal what it is. And all those things are going to come out. That's why practice makes perfect. We got to keep rehearsing these righteous acts. You know, it's easy. It's easier to a willing heart and a willing mind. Right? You want to be strong in something? You got to practice it. It's a willing heart, but you got to be willing to practice it for it to be practiced, right? Yeah, you got to perform the doing of it. And that's why the Most High says, it's not what you don't have, it's what you do have is what He wants. So you got to start. We have to continually start. Keep renewing ourselves daily, right? If you don't got a gift, you don't got something, don't cut yourself short. Don't worry. Like I told my daughter, you got your arms, your legs, your head. You're not slow, you're not dumb, you're not deaf, you're not blind, right? So literally, anything you put your mind to, you can achieve. Literally, there is no excuse. The only excuse is rebellion and laziness. Yeah.
The next verse, it does speak to what you just said.
Uh-huh.
You know, the Most High is requiring what you have.
Right.
You know, what He put in you, He's requiring it back, just like He said, well, I hasten to watch over my word to perform it.
Uh-huh.
And it does not come back to me void.
Right.
He put the faith, He put the hope, He put the love, He put the charity, right? He put the care in you. And He wants that back. And when you don't give it back, He says in verse 18 of Luke chapter 8, says, Take heed therefore how ye hear. For whosoever it haveth, to him shall be given.
Right. Oh. Go ahead. No.
And whosoever have not, from him shall be taken even that which he seemeth to have.
Ooh. I was reading that in Mark the other day. But the point is this. What have you achieved by the time Yahweh Shai gets back? If you sat back and always were what? I'm going to get there. Yeah, I'll do that. On my time. Yeah, Most High going to wait. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Maybe You know what I mean? Maybe I'll do that today. Like, what you achieve and what you were supposed to build during the time of mercy, you had to have something to show forth. And if you don't got anything, what happens? It just said it, right? And it takes rehearsal. She had the things in the time that was appointed to show her character. That's why she's written here. If she was an average Smo Joe, right, nobody, she wouldn't be written here. Her character, the quality of herself is literally printed in this book to show us how to conduct ourselves in the spirit of the Most High. What's up, sis? Let's see if it goes with it. Ecclesiastes is what? 12 and 14? Ecclesiastes 12? 12 and 14. Ecclesiastes 12 and 14.
Ecclesiastes 12.
Well, it goes what we're saying. What I'm saying about when the Most High comes back, right? It goes what I started going into when the Most High comes back. It goes into that. But remember, we're talking about rehearsing, constantly rehearsing the righteous acts. So yeah, the Most High is going to bring every work into judgment. If you don't got nothing, right? If you don't have anything to present to the Father, right? There was no works that you were doing to show any forward change. You got nothing, right? That's why he said there was the virgins that didn't have oil. There was the guy that buried his talent, right? He only had one and he buried it. That's Israel, right? So when you sit around and look at us like, I'm going to do it at my time, I'm like, okay, do it on your time. While we moving, right? You do it on your time, we going to keep moving, doing the work. I'm saying like I've been doing for the last 30-something years, right? Trying to get better and perfect myself. And you got to be the same way, right? Don't worry about the guys, the girls that's sitting back. Don't worry about the part-time lovers. Bro, Shalom, love you, but I got to keep riding, right? Because that reluctant spirit will hold you back. You know what I mean? You sisters got to keep achieving, keep growing. Daughters, if you see your mama doing it, don't follow that example. Covet the best gifts.
That's right.
Right? Sons, if you see your dad's doing it, your mom's doing it, don't follow that example. You are accountable for your spirit. You're not dumb, you're not deaf, you're not blind. So, and you know what's right and what's wrong. Right? All right, come on, let's, okay.
This, speaker, I was looking for it, but this goes with the Deuteronomy 22 and 6, train up a child, right? Because again, it starts with the parents, correct? Yeah, give me Deuteronomy chapter 11 and verse 19. So how does it start? How does this integrity embody this young woman? Well, it started with training up a child from their youth. But how did that go into place? It's a rehearsal, right? Judges 5 and 11, rehearsing the righteous acts. Huh? So what does that mean? Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 19.
11 and verse 19.
Oh, 11, verse 19.
Yes, sir.
And ye shall teach them, your children, speaking of them, when thou sittest in thy house.
What is your conversations with your children? What is your daily conversations with your children? Is it about your dang grades and then what academic accolades did you achieve? You got a 4.0, you got a 3.6 or whatever? No, you got to be talking about the scriptures. You got to be talking about how the scriptures are applicable in your daily lives. What Bible verse did you apply in action today, son? What Bible action did you apply to today, daughter? So when you sit down in the house, hey, let's play some Xbox together. Let's play some PlayStation together. How about let's grab some scriptures together? Hey, son, show me the color of Christ. Break that down for me. Break down John 3:16. Can you do that? And when you do that at an early age, when they get older, that's the wisdom they won't depart from. That's the actions that they don't depart from. So you got to be talking about these scriptures in their youth. You got to be talking about this Bible talk, not the stuff and the crap that you came from. Con, you were locked up. Con, you were a gangster. Con, you was a drug dealer. Con, you were in the military. Con, you was a police officer. What does that have to do with the Bible? Let's get to this Bible in me. Go ahead.
And when thou walkest by the way.
When you're walking to your kids to the school, when you're taking your kids to class, when you're picking them up from home, or from school, taking them home, again, what does your conversation consist of? Is it about the latest fad, the latest thing you've seen on TikTok, Instagram? Or is it about the latest scripture that you just researched? You know what, son? I was reading today. Man, hey, you know what, baby? I was reading today.
Or daughters. Mothers and daughters. This is applicable to mothers and daughters.
Right.
What are you talking to your daughter about? Right? Husbands, are you asking that? What you talk to our daughter about today? Oh, another day, nothing. Another day with nothing. Another conversation that could have happened and instilling in her the right mind. Are y'all talking to them about relationships? Right? How they feel about them? How they think about them? Like, these conversations gotta happen. We can't no more act like these things don't need to be happening. Right? Or we need to put these things off. Bruh, right when they get, I look at Shemaiah, 5 years old, wickedness is already trying to pursue that personality. Because he's constantly being influenced by TV, YouTube.
Right.
Go ahead.
Because if we not teach them, that our enemies are definitely, ain't going to definitely do their part from
Yeah.
a very young age.
Yep.
You know, I was bringing out about the kids having, my sons in high school,
Yeah.
having kids that were talking about being bisexual, trisexual,
Yeah.
all these kind of things. But what that happens, the door is open when it's not being, these discussions are not happening at home.
Yeah.
You know, you brought it in the car, y'all just listening to music, or you're just doing your own thing. Take
Yeah.
the opportunity to get into your children's minds. And that goes for the mothers too.
Yeah.
Not just the fathers, for the mothers as well.
Yeah, listen, the days of just getting in the car, turning on music, and letting it be quiet. It's like, so how was your day? What you talk about? Where was your spirit at? Where's your mind at? What you think about that? It's getting to know her. You know, remember, we can only fix the wrongs that our parents didn't do. You know what I mean? They tried the best, they did their best, but they didn't have this. What excuse do you have now? Negligence. Straight out negligence. Like, at least they had an excuse. They didn't have the word. You don't have a dang excuse. So, come on, let's read on. Mm-hmm.
Genesis 24 and verse 20.
Uh-huh.
And she hastened and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether the Most High had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half of shekels of weight, and 2 bracelets for her hand of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Micah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said, moreover, unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Most High.
Courtesy, charity, respect, honor. She knew that was their kindred. What did she do? She welcomed them in, right? All these characteristics, man, is qualities that can't be overlooked, right? Look at how many times a lot of women are spoke in the Bible. Why would you miss this? You see how courteous she is? Loving? Go ahead.
Con. Verse 27. And he said, Blessed be the most high power of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, the Most High led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house.
Everything will work out. More and more, the fathers, if we commit and guide ourselves in the spirit of the Most High will be with you if you follow the proper way. Remember, go back to one of our favorite scriptures, right? 18 and 19, Genesis. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they will keep the way of the Lord to do justice, judgment, and the Lord that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. See, remember, it's the fathers. If you're scared to keep the standard, you can mess up your whole household and your generation. We have to keep the standard, because you know in the long run it's going to be a benefit and a help to the wife, to the kids. Everything works out for you if you stay in the spirit, right? And everything is happening for his son because Abraham was in the spirit and he dealt correctly. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass when he saw the earring.
So Laban was Rebekah's brother. So Laban would be to who? To Abraham. So Laban would be what?
Abraham's nephew.
Abraham's nephew. Take good notes. Laban will be Abraham's nephew. Right? Okay. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And it came to pass when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand.
So did we wear earrings? Yes. It's small things like that to know, did we do that? Right? Was that our custom? Is it lawful? Right? We know it's lawful. It's in the law. These are here, more scriptures to show you that we wore earrings. Go ahead.
Last precept. And when he heard the words of Rebekah, his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well.
Right. Okay, next, brother.
Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. Nazer, Shabbat Shah, Ban, Yashala. Yahweh, come. Nazer, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala.
Nazer, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala. Amachi, Barak.
Yahweh, Ba Shim Yahshah, Brakatham.
Yahweh, Ba Shim Yahshah, Brakatham. Alright, so the third person, you're going to read from 31 to 55. You're going to read from 31, verse 31, down to 55.
Okay. Genesis chapter 24, verse 31. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord, wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great, and he hath given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and menservants and maidservants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my wife, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my sons of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take my wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me,
right, this is some artifacts, which y'all know part of this, that why we never dealt with the Canaanites, right, or these Hamites. So this is on this book again, and it goes into the maps and charts and the timelines. It's on page 49. It says, between 1929 and 1939, excavators found hundreds of stories about Canaanite gods and goddesses written on clay tablets among the ruins of the ancient city of Urget in modern Syria. The Old Testament repeatedly refers to the goddesses like Baal and Ashereth, Ashur or Astarte, and were worshipped by the Canaanite living among the Israelites in the Promised Land. Right? The prophets of Israel strongly warned the most people about these false gods. Right? These finds reveal details about the Canaanite religion and help us better understand how prevalent idol worship was in Israelite cities and the challenge of the children of Israel to worship the one true God. Because you got these Canaanites, Africans among us. We can kind of understand more why the Most High was like, listen, when you go to this land, destroy everybody. See, but they stuck around. Remember, Abraham he's knowing, let me get away from these cats, because if I raise my kids around them, right? It reminds me when Bonabad went out to Florida back in like 2016, and he was like, kids start going to school and everything. He was like, bruh, I gotta get out of here. We're like, what happened? He's like, the teachers are sodomites. All the kids in the school sodomites. He's like, they're all bisexual. He's like, the gym teachers are sodomite. It's so much. And they're no, it wasn't. I said Florida. It was Atlanta. He went to Atlanta. Yeah. Oh, bro, and they were brazen with it, bold with it. What do you got to do? We got to get the kids out of this place. He was like, nah, we going back. Atlanta's not it, because everybody, and then you know how brazen they are. Makeup, right? Yeah, they step to you like it's regular, right? So the Most High, we got to understand what is good for our family, our kids, and their environment. Right? And know that, okay, we got to make them aware of it, or what's happening. Now, at this point, that was 2016. You can't run from that. There ain't no, let me go here, let me go there. It's everywhere in every school. You hear the kids talk about it now, how in all these schools, there's bisexual kids, right? More and more. So what do we got to do? All those scriptures that he went over. Train up a child, when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, when thou risest up. We got to, just like they pushing it, their agenda, we got to push the scriptures agenda so your daughter won't turn up being, oh, I'm bisexual. Right? Your son won't turn up being, you know what? I want to chop off my penis. We gotta see that. Gotta see that. But that's why, just showing you about these different gods, and they excavated a lot of these different gods during this time. It says Astarte and Ashtoreth, right? They got plaques of them. And that's where this, guess what? That's where this comes from. Right? It goes back to Astarte, Ashtoreth, this right here. And if you look at the old one, it droops a little more and they show more of her body. But this one, they moved it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be her legs lifted up.
That's supposed to be her legs lifted up, right? Yeah. You see? But they took this from these Canaanite gods, yeah.
I was under the impression that was Dagon.
Dagon?
Yeah.
You know, I won't put it past it. But when you look at all these different gods of the other nations, they're interchangeable. They're interchangeable, right? It's like one God. Remember, this is Astarte, but Christians serve it as what? Easter. Right? And then the Romans serve it as another god, right? The Amorites, or not the Amorites, Assyrians might have served it as another god. So we should be realizing that we didn't serve none of that, so it didn't matter to us, right? You could have those damn gods, right? But now we know for information purposes. All right, come on, let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 24 and 40. The Lord before whom I walk will send his angels with thee, and prosper thy way, and thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house. When shalt thou be cleared from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred, and if thou give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And if I come this day unto the well, and say, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the virgin come forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink, and she say to me, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out of my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will give thy camel drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said,
what verse are you at?
Verse 47.
47.
Go ahead.
Whose daughter?
Whoso's daughter art thou? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel.
Bethuel.
And and
Nahor's son.
Nahor's son, whom
Milcah.
Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earrings upon her face and the bracelets upon her hands.
Mm-hmm.
And I bowed down my head and worshiped the Lord and blessed him.
Okay, so was gifts given? Yes. But that wasn't the whole thing that defined the relationship. Right? See, that all has been twisted to where it's like, you know what I mean? Everything that is promoted is carnal, is physical. Right? This didn't define her. She showed forth the character before any gifts were given. I'm going to say that again. She showed forth a righteous character, a woman that was charitable, respectful, loving, giving. Why did Abraham say the one that gives you water? He knew in the spirit that's going to be the respectful one. Right? This is going to be the woman that has character. If there's none that do that, don't worry about them. Simple, right? Go ahead.
And bless the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
You're going to verse 55.
Verse 50. Then Laban and Bethel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife. Also, as the Lord had spoken.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass that Abraham's servant heard their words. He worshipped the Lord, bound himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and remnant, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things.
Man, he comes showing out though, huh? Abraham was showing out, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was taking care of everybody. Go ahead.
And they did eat and drink. He and the men that were with him, and tarried all night.
See that? So
yeah.
He wasn't just, they weren't just hospitable to him. Again, you see, he had men with him. So she wasn't just like, okay, I'm going to get you some water, but you're going to have to feed the rest of your crew. No, she did that for everybody. And then they came to the house, and the scripture I wanted to pull, we had missed it, not to be a niggard at the table, right? So why would I pull that? Because to show you that he came on a mission. He came to do his master's bidding. So when it was time for the feast, and they were like, yeah, break bread, eat. He was like, hold up, wait a minute. Before I eat, let me be professional. Take care of this errand. Yeah, let me take care of this errand. Let me execute the errand that I was supposed to do in the first place. I didn't come to eat and drink, right? The kingdom of heaven isn't meat and drink, right? Huh? Yeah, so he came to do a service and then broke bread. So that's the part I wanted to bring out.
Yeah. Okay, 55.
Oh, we start at 54.
Okay, 54, my bad. Mm-hmm.
And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away unto my master. Now we're 55.
Verse 55, go ahead.
And her brother and her mother said, let the damsel abide with us a few days, that at the least 10, after that she shall go.
Why? I know you got it too, Aaron. Hold on. I want somebody to at least try. Yeah. Huh? No. This is the family. They're saying what? Let us stay with 10 more days. Why?
My head, I'm just thinking of.
No going for your head. Go off of the tradition of the scriptures. Go off of the Bible. That's what makes it safe. Be safe. Stay in the book. Yeah.
Because the scriptures say that a man and woman, they will leave their family.
This guy, like you right there, bro. A man and a wife shall leave father and mother. They weren't doing like women do nowadays. Right? You leave your husband, your family, but then you go right back getting counsel from mama. You go right back getting counsel from your dyke auntie. Right? You go right back talking to disgruntled women that is single. And then what? You bring that back to the house. They were going to leave. Let us spend these last 10 days. We know that she's going to be your wife now. She's going to be your woman now. Right? They shall be one flesh, right? One mind, one judgment. So they knew that baby, you my baby, girl, you still my daughter. Like you pulling up to the front of the house like, that's my daughter. She was your daughter. Now she's married. He was your son. Now he's a married man. We don't get that. We don't get that nobody, your mama and your daddy ain't got no say in your relationship when you become husband and wife. Now, I'm going to say it again, and you hear me say this 1,000 times over. Unless they pulling out this word and saying, baby, you need to lock it in your husband in the spirit. The scriptures say, the word says, then you got a righteous mom and dad there. But if they butting in on your relationship, telling you how you need to do things and telling you how to keep power over him, that's not the spirit of the Most High. So that's why the 10 days, because it was done after that. Go ahead. All right, next brother.
Asa Shabbat Shah, Yahweh Ban Yashala.
Asa Shabbat Shah Yahweh Ban Yashala. I want you. Right.
Yahweh Ba Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Yahweh Ba Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatham. All right. We riding through these. We rolling through it. You're reading from 24 to 56 to 25 and 13.
Genesis chapter 24 and verse 56.
God.
And he said unto them, hinder me not, seeing the Lord have prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, we will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah.
See? You see how he just didn't hit her over the head? You are my wife now. Right? They inquire with her too. Right? Hey, what do you think? What did she say? Go ahead.
And they called Rebekah and said unto her, wilt thou go with this man?
And she came in chewing gum talking about, look at all what he gave us. Yeah, I'm going with him. For real, dog. He took care of us, right? He took care of everybody, right? Go ahead.
And she
That's not there, by the way. Go ahead.
And she said, I will go.
Right.
And they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
Do you think she came back and said, that's too much? Like, who said I was going to even have a baby? Who said that?
Thousands.
Right? Well, cocaine teeth. Who said that? Who said I was going to even have a baby? Nobody told you that. I can keep going and going and going. Go ahead, sis. What you got?
What you just said about her not being wayward about them saying all the responsibility of how the kids, it kind of went into her character too. She didn't, all the women that are around, it never mentioned that any of them ever helped her through the whole process. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's how it took a short time frame to pull out the water from the well and feed
Right.
everybody. She did it because she was capable of doing it, and she didn't need influence or help like from
I like that. There you go. That's a very good point, sis. She was an individual in the spirit of the Most High with character and integrity, and she didn't need nobody to what? Put their hand up her back and puppet her around. And then when she come around, she feels guilty because she's so phony. Just be straight up, right? So, yeah, that's a very good insight on that. Why she stood up in the quality of being a righteous woman. That's beautiful. All right, come on.
Verse 61. And Rebekah arose and her damsels,
Right?
and they rode upon the camels and followed the man.
Mm-hmm.
And the servant took Rebekah and went his way.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaac came from the way of the well. Laharai. For
That's how the guy in the book, the audio Bible said it. Laharai.
For he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out of the...
So Isaac was from where, class? No, the side. No, I'm messing with you. He was from the south side. Go ahead.
Isaac went out to mediate, meditate,
right?
To meditate in the field at the eventide, and he lifted up his eyes.
You can see that he's like, facing the east, finna say the prayer to the Most High, and then he opens up his eyes, and from a distance he sees a maid. Sounds like a movie, huh? He sees a maid from the distance, like, behold. Go ahead.
And saw, and behold, the camels were coming.
Mm-hmm.
And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel.
You talking about love at first sight. These cats, man, you know, obviously he knew what was going to happen, right? What the Most High had prepared through the Father. But at the same time, like, you can see that connection, right? Go ahead.
Cause like, ain't no cell phones. The servant ain't calling.
Yeah.
Like, yo,
Text,
we on the way.
send pics, send naked pics.
Yeah. He ain't like talking like, yo, we on the way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he like, you know what I mean? He just out there and they just pop up. Like,
Yeah.
I see my guy coming back.
And who is he with?
Yeah, he got one with him.
Right. The beautiful thing is he knew that whatever the Most High would choose for him, it would be in the spirit of the Most High. It goes back to I'm gonna do my Ariab best impression. Go to Ecclesiastes. What is it? 25?
25:1?
No, not that one.
I love that one.
A righteous woman. It's
26 and 28.
I think that's it.
Wicked woman?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 23. A wicked man is given as a portion.
A wicked woman.
A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
Right. A wicked woman. Ecclesiastes what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 23.
Ecclesiastes 26, verse 23. So he knew his character, his standard. He knew that Father was going to get him a right woman. He wasn't going to just get any ratchet, waste of time, waste of loins, waste of progenitor, waste of heritage woman. Right? Just like she wasn't going to get any what? Random, right? Pants wearing down his leg, right? He wasn't coming up like that. They weren't raised like that, right? Read on.
But a godly woman,
right,
is given to him that feareth the Most High.
That feareth the Most High. Like, this is the check. This is the theme. You realize, damn, my woman ain't godly. Well, why? And then are you doing the things to get her godly? A godly woman, right, is given to a godly man. A wicked woman is given to a wicked man. A man shall cleave to his what? Like. It's really something to think about. Those are the things I'm thinking about. Like, why I bring them out to y'all in the scriptures is because those are the checks that the Most High showed me. And if you don't start being that right husband, your rib is not going to be that right woman. She's going to be just like you. Right? So, y'all get that? Jump back. 26, 20.
Genesis chapter 24 and verse 65.
Mm-hmm.
For she had said unto the servant, what man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, it is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself.
Right. So another point, right? Did we always have them wear veils? No. She didn't have a veil, right? And so you didn't have to always cover your face, right? But she did it in obeisance and humility to Isaac. Yeah.
That was going to be the question. Was it the face covering or the head covering?
It said veil. So veil, well, let's look up what they got for veil. Because I think some veils are both, right? Some veils are both. So let's look that up. Let's look it up in the Hebrew too, real quick, and then we'll read on it. Yeah, what's up?
Because like I was in the Middle East on deployment, so the Arab sisters over there,
yeah,
not all of them have the veil,
right?
But I believe if I remember the customs right, the ones that are married have the veil, but the ones that are not married do not have the veil.
Right. Yeah. So you can see why she covered her face. Yeah. Yeah.
Capable of, taking care of their families and things of that nature, and taking care of the woman, when he came, he's giving them bracelets,
right,
rings and things of that nature, So I just guess, it showed to say a lot of times, as men we get ourselves upright, spiritually, but also, trying to, have a family and things of that nature, to be well capable, of taking care of your family as well as well.
Absolutely.
Just as a man, they don't regularly, always asking for this or, asking for that. Abraham
Why? Why was Abraham rich?
I mean,
No, don't tell me. I want you to come scripturally. Don't tell me what you think. Tell me scripturally. Why was Abraham rich?
because he was rich in wisdom. He was following the commandments.
Right.
You know, so God blessed him in the spirit and in the physical.
There you go. See, the difference now is this,
Right.
The difference now is men ain't doing that. So when men chase riches, they don't know how to put the Father first. They put riches and wealth first before the Father. Right? That's the difference with Abraham. And they do it backwards. Well, I got to get this money right. Then I'll get right with the Father.
But he gonna be able to keep the money like that.
Say that again?
He gonna be able to keep the money like that. You will get it, but it'll just be temporary.
Right, because they don't got no wisdom to hold the riches. Right? Exactly. So, where you at?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8 and verse 5.
8 and 5. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon, 8 and 5. Go ahead and read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8 and verse 5.
Go ahead.
If riches be a possession.
If riches be a possession, right? We want wealth, riches. We want to be sustainable, right? Go ahead.
To be desired in this life.
Uh-huh.
What is richer than wisdom?
What is richer than wisdom? Now, here's the thing. I know this. I'll use myself as an example. I'm not rich. I'm not even wealthy. Not physically. Right? So, what determines riches and wealth? Right? And I'm asking everybody that. What determines riches and wealth? Because I'm not rich. I'm not even wealthy. Wealth is a whole different other word. Right? So what determines that? What?
Well, look at what Yahweh Shai said. Right? He said,
Okay, this one I'm asking from a worldly standpoint.
oh, carnal things.
Well, no, what does a carnal mind determine as riches and wealth? Nas.
Being content in having what you need.
Hell no. I don't agree with that. That's not what Jake determines as riches. That's not what Jake determines as riches. Right? Because what you just said there is what I feel is wealth and riches. Okay? Having what you need. Jake don't determine that. That's why they keep struggling for this Scarface rich. Like, wait a minute. I got to be snorting pounds of coke, or I got to have 15,000 in the pocket, or I got to have 10,000 in the bank account. I got to have this money. Then I'm rich. Right? So I'm putting the Most High in the back burner because I don't got that 15 in the bank account. I can't. Abraham put up with the Jews on them, right? I can't pull up with Jews and nobody, right? So what do you start doing? You start working harder for the Jews in these things, right? So what do they determine riches as? What?
I would say the showboat.
The what?
The showboat.
Yeah, the showboat. Me and Kenny talk about it all the time, how Jake think, right? They want to roll down the street in the damn Bentley. Right? And our people do it, right? The ball players, the rappers, they what? They pull up in the Maserati through the hood, and look, I'm shitting on everybody. Right? That's wealth to them. It ain't like wealth is peace. I can maintain what I got. Right? There's different levels of what people consider wealth in riches. Now, if we talking about the riches that Abraham had, yeah, that's a different level, Rich, but that's a different level of locking into the Father on a whole nother level. You see, like these cats. Go ahead, say what you got to say.
You knew he was rich not by his estate, but look at how men addressed him. You could be a billionaire, but if you go in this corporate world, you just another nigga in the coop, like Kanye said, right? Abraham was known. He called him in the first one we just read in 23 and verse 6. It said, "Hear us, my Lord, thou art a mighty prince among us." So he wasn't just rich like financially because he dropped a couple of jewels. His characteristics, his integrity showed he was rich. Damn, the Most High is with you everywhere you go. This gotta be a rich man. This man he don't even deserve to touch the ground. Why? Because something about him. So what determines a man's richness, I'm sorry I got turned up for a minute. But what determines a man's richness is the estate of how he conducts himself. His diplomacy, his integrity, his...
Hold on a second. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. I want to know, what did the world determine riches? What?
I did it myself. I got myself here.
I did it myself. I got myself here. But listen, if you don't got at least 10 pair of shoes you ain't wore.
You're taking mine away.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hit that wall. Hit that wall.
What the world considers wealth or riches is possession. How much of what you have, how much you spend for it. That's what they consider wealth.
Right.
That's the abundance of what they have, not the integrity of what gave them it, not the walking in the uprightness, not being righteous that the Lord blessed them with, that the Lord was their exceedingly great reward. But no, they got it themselves, and this is how much I got, and this is how much I paid.
Man, that's it. So when we look at this and when we say, well, damn, the riches he had, like think about it. What Abraham had, man. Show me one Israelite, Hebrew Israelite that knows they're Israelites, rolling on that level of Abraham. That's holding by their integrity. Show me any man in any school with that amount of wealth. Now, and I ask you, why not? You can make the argument, well, the integrity's not there. The spirit's not there. Well, the brother got these flaws, right? But why not as well? Because during our time, is the Most High going to bless us with these riches in this time? Or does he remind us through much tribulation we shall enter into the kingdom?
Right.
Seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, right? But then the apostle said we have what? We have given up all, right? We've given up houses, car. So wait a minute. But I thought I was going to be successful, but I'm over here sitting with you on the seashore and I had to give up everything. Why do you think the apostles asked that? Like, we have given up all. What are we going to receive? So literally they gave up the jobs, the cars, the houses, the all these things to go be with Yahweh Shai, right? Okay. So we gave up these things. Now think about us, right? We gave up being the next swimmer trunk model. You know what I mean? You gave it up. But that was your aspiring to be rich, right? You gave that up and you said, no, I'm going to be a priest of the Most High. Now, you can do that, but how much are you going to give yourself to being a priest of the Most High? Something's got to be part-time. Something's going to be part-time. It's either the swimmer model edition or what? Or the Most High, right?
Gone.
So how do we achieve these riches now? Because all I know is that no matter what we put our hand to, it takes work.
Oh my God.
And if you distribute the necessity of the saints, like me and my rib was laughing and like, man, imagine if we had sweet ambiance and it was just actually a family business. You be making dough. I said, but what we do is distribute to the body. So you can't sit around and be like, well, let me pay everybody the minimum and make sure we're reaping the benefits. You can't do that, right? Not in the truth. Not in the truth, unless you're going to be, Most High will crumble that anyway. I done seen it. He will crumble that anyway, right? But that's what we can aspire at, and then it will fall. So I'm asking, this is what I'm asking. During this time, how do we achieve these riches? Because there's two minds here. Abraham was wealthy. But how are we going to be wealthy? And how are we going to attain? And what should be our vision and our goal? Abraham was following the Most High from his youth up in righteousness. Were you? Are you doing that? So think about it. Now, I want you to just think about this. He was doing it from his youth up, following the Most High, the one true God, in the middle of corruption. You just got the truth. What are you chasing? So if you're in that mind of like, well, he was wealthy, I got to get wealthy, then you missed it. I'm not saying Kenny is saying that. I'm just saying, he knows we talk about this a lot. I'm just saying, when we talk about this subject about wealth, it's important to be like, okay, what am I chasing now? Something has to go on the back burner, right? Well, you know what, I can only do this much in the truth because I got this going on. And that's your prerogative. We're not going to hustle shame you. But what's going to be put on the back burner? Right? What do you want to do and what do you want to aspire to? I know as far as being a priest, right, stepping in this set of teaching, it takes a lot of losing and giving up things. That's all I'm saying. It ain't going to be like, oh, you know what? I'm rolling around like I would rather. I can shop when I want to, buy clothes when I want to. I can buy a whip when I want to, because my whole dedication in life is off of what? Is off of wealth, riches, right? Just like, how many of y'all want a nice physique, a nice body? Right? But what do you got to go do to do that?
Yeah, go to the gym.
No, you got to be a gym rat.
Ooh, you're right.
So what are you giving up? You're giving up that physique. Physique to say, wait a minute, I don't got time to be in the gym all the time. That's really literally what we're doing when it says you're addicted to the ministry, you want to be a priest. Remember everything we were just going over in Sabbath class about sacrificing. We gave up things, right, to achieve what we want to achieve. Now, if you don't see that, well then you will see as time goes on, other brothers' oil is increasing, and you're still what? You're still moving at a slow level because what you're chasing. Yeah. Now, that's not for me to determine. That's for you to see through the scriptures when it says, seek ye first the kingdom and righteousness, and righteousness, and the law, statute, commandments, and then all these other things will be added unto us. But to what level? Right? You're a law keeper, I'm a law keeper. We're trying to keep the laws and commandments of the Most High, but I still don't see the money. I still don't see the riches. I still don't see the wealth according to what they call wealth. Right? So I wanted to put in perspective what we're talking about, because if I'm not passing out change to my rib and saying, but like, here, go and hit that, here's that $300 for the weekend. This is just weekend money, baby. Hit that $300, go buy yourself something nice, right? No, I'm like, here's $10, y'all split it. But what is wealth? What is riches? And if you say, well, Kazaki, you a bum. I got peace in my house. How about you? My ribs in order. How about yours? I got 6 kids with me, and they're being taught the law, statutes, and commandments. Where's your kid at? Right? So when you talk about value, wealth, riches, what is more valuable than wisdom? Right? And that's what Abraham had, and that's why over long time he was successful. Right? And yes, if you commit your mind to the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, you will be like Abraham as well, with riches. Huh? Okay, so I didn't say that you're not going to be wealthy, that you're not going to have riches. What I said is, what do you determine as wealth and riches? Right? And what level are you willing to go for those things? What's up?
I was going to say that, if we're looking at it in a spiritual mindset, we're playing catch up to Abraham.
Right?
Because we're behind, because we're just now.
And that was my point. We're playing catch up to Abraham. So, like, he was born with a mind of serving the Father. We're just barely getting on. And like I was born in the truth, but come on, man, I didn't grow up till 30-something. I didn't grow up out of the damn childish mind till 30-something. It didn't matter me growing up in the truth. I still had a worldly mind trying to mingle the truth with the world. And then I'm barely growing up, and then I'm fixing the problems that I created in my youth. So now that I'm 45 or 6 or whatever, I'm like, now I'm barely waking up and understanding, man, imagine if I didn't start at 30-something, right? Stop doing the things of the old ways, right? The drinking, how not being there for my rib and kids and teaching them the laws and commandments and being accountable for what I'm doing, right? You be 40 years old and you be like, damn, I ain't got no rib, I ain't got no kids, I haven't taught them, I haven't put time into them, I didn't do these things, right? And I did that while doing the work. While doing the work, I did that. It's achievable, right? Go ahead.
Like the second part would be since we did come in, we just now get put on.
Right.
How hungry are you?
Right.
For the spirit.
For the spirit, because if the wisdom brings wealth, the spirit brings wealth, right? And what does that include? As you're freely given, you freely receive, you freely give. Like, that's where the wealth comes up. I would rather have a multitude of sins covered than $1 million. Because I'll splurge that $1 million in a week on bills. I'll be done with my bills with $1 million, right? And then you'll be looking back like, well, what happened to the millie? Huh? I see cats in the truth blow income tax $20,000, and then after the fact, they ain't got a car. They barely got kids' clothes. Huh? That's real life. I seen it. You be like, brother, you didn't invest, you didn't fix the car, you didn't buy a car, you didn't do this. Because you did what? You didn't have wisdom behind it. Right? I'll let you finish it, and I know a few of y'all. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you didn't apply the wisdom.
Right.
That was given, you know what I'm saying? You do much with the wisdom. Wisdom will last more than the money.
The wisdom will last more than money. Right? So wisdom is necessary with riches. Kenny, and then I'm going to come back to you. Oh, you too? Okay, go ahead. Say what you got to say. Go ahead.
It's like I'm pressing the A button. But now I got James 2 and 5.
All right, go ahead, read it. It's my bad. I didn't see you. I got to look over here. Sorry. Go ahead.
James chapter 2, verse 5. Hearken, my beloved brethren. Hath not the Most High chosen the poor of this world, rich in faith, and heirs with the...
Go ahead. Yes, I just wanted to show that, to show you that the Most High is choosing us men that are poor, but what are we going to be achieving and what are we going to be rich in is the faith.
Right.
Because that's what we're gonna be losing more than gaining. And then we got, yeah, we're gonna be put in these situations where we have to be faithful, and like few brothers are without cars. You know what I mean? We got to trust in the Most High in these situations.
Hold on, let me say this though. But you had a car, but something happened. What? So you had the car, you had it, but then you had a situation where it was taken. Then what now?
Yeah.
What do you be like? Well, the Most High ain't with me because you had it and it's messed up now. You see, if you don't have the right mind you, who's homeless? Whose kids' teeth is turning really buttery because they ain't got toothpaste, toothbrush, body wash? Who don't eat? Which one of y'all don't eat? Because you be the brokest cats, but you be headed straight to the bread of affliction quick. Hey, we need money for this meal for the feast. We ain't got it, but you got your damn coffee. You got your Starbucks sandwich, right? Not Starbucks, excuse me, 7-Eleven. That Starbucks is for bougie cats, right? Right? Well, my point is this. What I'm saying, at the same time, we're not going out and begging for bread. So don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, what do you consider wealth? Right? Because none of us is begging for bread. But what do you consider wealth? Some cats think, unless I got 10 to 15 in the bank, I'm not wealthy. What? Right, that's going quick. What?
But I just saying, like, you know, that Facebook, I said they call it Facebook. I never had a Facebook till about a month ago. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I should have stayed where I was at. You know what I'm saying? And I say, you know, it's Facebook, everything for face. You know,
right.
You know, so it's like you can accumulate maybe 20,000 in a car,
right,
and make it look. But you really don't got no money. It takes one
right.
blow and
you're done. Yeah.
So it's like, you know, but it is enough to be able to take care of your family.
Right.
You know, do this, do that. But I just look at like in the truth level, like maybe we would have started a little earlier. You know, if it takes me like, and there's a hole in most aspects of that.
Right.
That have money to go, we can invest in the truth.
True.
And build it up real big, because it's 1/3, right? That's still a 1/3 is a remedy, but it's also a decent number.
But can I say this, Kenny? What you're saying is so on point, but I think when we have these conversations between me and you, I think you miss the essential thing. First, you got to be into the truth. You got to be into the brothers. You got to be into the body. Like, all these brothers that come in, and I'm not shooting at you because, like I said, we talk about that. I don't want nobody to think that. Brothers that come in, right, they don't even be into the brothers. So why is it, will they give or think about the brothers like you're thinking and be like, man, we could come together and do this, if they never around, if they're never invested, if they never been offended and forgave a brother? Like, we can never get to that level of unity unless we come and learn to labor with each other and be able to go through the ups and downs with each other. Him pissing me off, me coming back hard on him and be like, brother, what the hell's your problem? And then he coming back, that was my bad. And I come back and be like, you know what, I should have came at you a little bit lighter, right? Like, we get through that. We've been through that 17 years, but we know one thing is consistent. We're in this. A lot of brothers won't come around. I can see him doing that. I can see y'all doing that. But cats that come through and they're geared towards, listen, let's build our finances. They don't understand the essential element of it even working. If you were to do it, right? It takes unity. It takes brotherhood. It takes trust. Because the first thing when you come in, you what? You don't trust. Yeah, you're reluctant. You're like, man, hold on. Who these cats? Who the hell is this dude talking like that? Like, what are you talking about? Right? And
within myself,
look at us.
You know what I'm saying? Because he say you always try to say this, I can't even get like, you know, give it a budget. I know it's in the spirit.
Yeah.
But I just don't believe. I just believe that, you know, he can make sure we got what we need and we can build.
I agree.
You know, and he can do that if he wants.
You don't know how much we agree with you.
Right. That's
You don't know how much we agree with you. We just need, you see what's happening is this. Your mind is starting to move towards that. But, once again, we got to know each other so we can trust each other. You got to trust us, and we got to trust you. That's the problem with a black, Hispanic, Native American man. You come around and you're like, if I give this $100 to alms, is it really going to alms? That's just the facts, right? Or are you going to use that for what you want? You see, and once we get past that part, we can talk about, okay, let's sit down and like we talked about, let's everybody take their income tax and we're going to put it together in one pot and get land. Right? And know that, okay, when it comes, the brother's not going to disappear to Venezuela for a weekend. Right? That's the trust that needs to be built. But I believe what you're saying. And I think this is not hype that we're getting there, but we have to trust each other. You have to trust me. I have to trust you, right? And we can get there. We can get to that level if it's just land. Because an income tax check, yeah, it will stunt something. I notice every income tax we put, and I'll just be frank with y'all. We put from our last income tax $3,000 aside to do our kitchen, right? Because we didn't have enough. $2,000 we gave to my brother. He said, let me hold the $2,000. I'm going to go ahead and put it in some stock, and I'll give it back to you. I said, that's not a loss. Cool. I'm going to give you that. The other $1,000 I put in AMC stock, right? Now, let me show you. You think like, damn, okay, we're building, right? Well, first of all, the $2,000 he got, gone. The stock dropped, gone. But he did make a commitment and say, don't worry about it. If I lose it, I'm going to still give it back to you. So I said, that's a good investment. He's not going to lose the money and then be like, you don't get nothing. Right? Cool. The other $1,000 that I had that maybe accumulated in AMC stock went to $3,000. No, let me repeat that. It was at $8,000 and then it went to $3,000. You see, the stock fell. But I needed to pull that money out because we needed what? Baby shower stuff. We needed stuff for the house. That's gone. You see, like, what is wealth? What is investment? You see, and you take that money out and you do what you need to do with it. And I'm showing y'all not to be like whoa, but to understand that, yeah, we can do it together. I'm saying this, that was income tax money. And guess what? Where's that now?
Gone.
It's gone. And you think, well, you did right with it, right? You invested in some stock, right? But you said, right. You invested in some stock. You actually try to make it work. But guess what? Things came up. You needed it. You took it out, right? And it helped out. It helped out. If anything, it helped out with a baby shower, right? Y'all got to see that. I would rather say, shit, as far as how many income tax we blew, come on, imagine that in one pot. Hell yeah, we could get land like that. We done blew it on what? Nothing. Food. It's like eating and little things like, oh, we got to go out and $500 is gone like that.
How many times you gonna buy a TV?
How many times you gonna buy a TV, right?
I was letting the waiter choose his tip.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, we tip guys, but look, he what? Negro rich. You Negro rich. See, so you got an instance where I might have said, okay, I did something right with mine. I didn't just splurge it on Gucci shoes and Gucci belts, right? But he came back, he showed you the bad example to say, well, I was letting the waiter choose. We both did it, but where we both at?
The same place.
Right? What I mean is this. Your struggles go on, but when we get to that unity point, we trust each other. I would rather be able to throw my money in a pot to say, let's go get this land. That way, at the end of the day, we can say, we broke now, but we got a land. Hey, if you want to go ahead and put a mobile home on the land out for right now, go and get you a damn container house and build a container house on there. What are they called? Container houses? Yeah, container home on there real quick for a year or two. Go ahead, it's all good. I would rather be ready to do that when we're ready, though. See, nobody can do that. No blacks, Hispanics, Native American, Israelites who can do that unless they're working really in the same mind, because it's all going to come back. Okay, you stole the money. You know how many times I've heard that? You stole the money, they took the money. Nah, we got to be able to trust each other, sit down, say what we're going to really do, put it all in writing and say, okay, this is what's going to be done, right? And it can't be in one brother's name. That way, if that one brother decide to go do crack or go to Venezuela for the weekend, he don't got control over that. That's how you do it. I done seen many camps fall, many elders get accused for stealing, all that. I done seen it all. And I know what the mistakes are and how we got to get past it. You know what I mean? So, but we're right with you. When we get to that point, we'll know it. Right?
Acts chapter 6 and verse 2. This is going back to the pinnacle of that conversation, but about Abraham coming into following righteousness and then the riches coming later, and us getting it misconstrued. Like, okay, we gotta pursue money. We gotta pursue the possessions of the cars, the clothes. Money, cars, and clothes, all the nigga knows. You know what I mean? All of that.
Because we do get the land. Right. If we do get the land, when are those nukes going to hit? Now, hold on. That's not saying don't get the land. But if we invest in the spirit, the nukes is going to destroy that land anyway. Right? The nukes is going to destroy that land. So you see how everything got to be in the spirit and thinking about everybody. That way everybody can be satisfied. But integrity, quality, the quality of the individual, the quality of ourselves have to be at a damn high standard. You know? Y'all believe that, right? That's what we got to work on above all. That's all we're saying. We're not saying be broke, guys. We're not saying be broke.
Not bummy lights.
Hell no. You know what I mean? Listen, we all like nice things. We all like to have things. We all want to shine for the Most High. Some of us don't want to shine, just shine for because I'm fly or I'm an officer in the camp or I'm a leader in the camp. No, we want to just have things, but how? How? At what cost? What are we going to do? Right? Is it going to risk our integrity? I've seen brothers, and I'm just sharing y'all all these moments because this is what I've seen over the years. I've seen brothers focus solely on business, that the spiritual part decays. Listen to this again. I'm telling y'all from experience over 30 years, I've seen brothers focus solely on the business part or the job part, and the spiritual part decays.
I can attest to that.
Now, I've seen some brothers focus solely on the spiritual aspect and the physical part. So there's a balance that always has to be made. Like, how do we do it to where it ain't all about finances, right? Yes, it's supposed to lean to the spirit above all, but it can't lean to where you're negligent in understanding that money's a defense. I get that. We get that totally. But remember, what do the pastors and churches do? They push nothing but money, so we got to lean the other way. You know what I mean? But we're not saying, hey, I walk around being broke. Don't try to achieve wealth. Don't come up with ideas that try to bring extra money in your house. We're not saying that. I'm glad we spoke on this so brothers can really understood our stance. Because I know sometimes it sounds like, damn, give it up. give up everything means to you to be a bum. We're definitely not saying that. Because we're not bums. Right? All right.
Go ahead.
Acts chapter 6, verse 2. Then the disciples called the multitude of the disciples.
Then the 12 called the multitude.
Then the 12 called the multitude of the disciples unto them, and said, It is not reason that we should leave the word of the Most High.
And that's basically what Kazakh saying in Acts chapter 2 and verse 6 and verse 2. It's not reasonable, it's not desirable that we should leave the work of the Most High and what?
And serve tables.
Right. Our job isn't to build sweet ambiance to an empire, or chosen creation into an empire, or Israelware into an empire. No, it's a means to what? Get us spiritually connected one to another. And when we unify in that small faction, the Most High blessed. And that's it. I've been in the camp for umpteen years, 17 years. And we've had over, from Crazy Dogs, White Lightning Liquors, to Bubble Trouble, to Computer Doctor Cafe, so on and so forth. But the reason why those didn't last so long is because there was no unity. It wasn't the fact that, listen, in alcohol, we had a liquor store. People drink in America, do they not? God dang. But how you go in and you only got like one bottle of this and you got a couple of bottles of this and, you know what I mean? Because there was no unity. But then you look at...
I will say this. It was no unity, and I always tell brothers, it was lack of properly investment. You know what I mean? Because you can't start a liquor store with 20 grand. You need 60 to 70, depending even more, grand for a liquor store. Like, you need to have stock. And we thought we can ninja rig it with 20 grand. You know what I mean? It don't work like that. You need stock, and then you need to have extra stock on hand, right? So, like even I think Crazy Dogs, the hot dog spot, was one that could have went further. It was just that was laziness.
Yeah.
The smoothie spot we got was bad location. We thought it was gonna be in a gym, and then we realized no gym with a smoothie spot, it's always shut down. Like, go to any gym that got a smoothie spot, it never lasts in there. So we were thinking, man, that's the spot. We need to be there. Wrong spot. So it's what? Business management, lack of understanding a lot of things, right, in these areas. But not to take it away, it goes back to the unity. If that wasn't there, it wasn't going to last either way it goes.
Because that's the foundation of
anything that's built and established. If the Most High is not the foundation in what you're trying to pursue, you're always going to crumble. You know what I mean? And that's why the work that you're here doing, you got to make that your foundation. The other thing, like we tell people in the mall, like I tell people in the mall, they're like, oh, you business owner, da, 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 da. I was like, no, this is a hobby. Me making oils, not being a professional mixologist, whatever. No, this is a hobby. My profession is this. My calling is this. This is what I'm a teacher in. You know what I mean?
My passion,
my desire, my doctrine, my treasure, right? But this is what I do for a living. I slay demons. You know what I mean? I'm a real superhero. It's not a joke, right? But this is what I do, and the 9 to 5, that's just to pacify time.
Okay, all right, read on. Yeah, back to the reading. Come on. Good talk. Hopefully it didn't go too far, but when we get into these conversations, we have time to share a lot of experience. I hope y'all see, we share our experience. I share mine with y'all because I can tell y'all a lot of mistakes that's been happening in the truth from a lot of elders, from a lot of schools. I've been through a lot. So what I try to do is stay away from the mistakes that I've made at this time and be mature to hopefully grow and teach y'all, like, you don't got to make those mistakes, huh? All right, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 24 and verse 66.
And
the servant told Isaac all things that he had done.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaac brought her into his mother's Sarah's tent and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
Mm-hmm.
Genesis chapter 25.
Most High
verse
looked
1.
out for Isaac too. Sent him a right woman in the time of his anguish. Right? The Most High timing for everybody. It's like he knows how to relieve the oppressed, the poor. Right? He knows how to strengthen you. I look at that a lot of times. Like, why a lot of times we don't get that relief? You got to ask yourself, are you in the right mind? Are you searching the scriptures to understand these moments that the Most High is always there to give you the relief, but you got to trust in the Father, right? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 25 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah.
Keturah. So, check this out. How old was Abraham? He was 100 and something.
He died at 175.
Now, listen to this, y'all. I thought when he dealt with Sarah, they laughed about him having a baby at 99. Remember? I thought we laughed about that together. Me and my rib, right? Yeah, all right. But Sarah's gone, right? He gets another rib. Y'all got to stop with all this, you old. You supposed to fall back and just sit down and die. You know what I mean? Why would you want a young woman? What the hell you think? She gonna keep me lively.
That's right.
Y'all gotta stop with all that. You don't know. Change your doo-doo face, all right? I don't want to see that. Because I got 4 women in my household. Finna be 5. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, you gonna get a young woman? Yes. She brings life. These men were thinking about that. The women were thinking about that. He's 100 and something years old, still popping out kids. And what you want to do to the black man? See, this is how you know that American man is backwards. You want him to what? Die slowly. You old, you washed up, kill yourself. Nah. We're not going to die like that. We got the spirit is life. Right? The wisdom is life. Why you want me to sit back and die slow? That's a washed up spirit that the white man has put in the black woman, Hispanic woman, Native American woman, so she could put that on her husband and tell him to fall back and just, you old, bro. Waste away. You washed up. No. Listen, Abraham went, he loved Sarah, but what? What did he do? He took another rib, and what happened? Read on.
And she bare him Zimram.
Right, she bare him some more kids. Go ahead.
And Jokshan.
Go ahead.
And Medan. And Median.
Uh-huh.
And Ishbak.
Uh-huh.
And Shua. And Jokshan begot Sheba. And Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim.
Uh-huh.
And Letasham.
What verse are you at?
In the verse 3.
Go ahead.
And Luminum. I would say Luminum. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanak, and Abida, and Elda. All these were the children of Keturah.
Mm-hmm.
And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac, but unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had,
Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived eastward onto the east country.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 160 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then Abraham gave up the ghost.
Y'all got that, right? 175? Uh-huh.
Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age,
Mm-hmm.
an old man, and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah.
Yeah. What verse you read? 9? Yeah, Machpelah. Remember he had that set up? Yeah. Go ahead.
In the field of Ephron, the son of
Zohar. Mm-hmm.
the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that the Most High blessed his son Isaac. And Isaac dwelt by the well, Lahai,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names according to their generation. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, right? And Mibsam, and Mibsam, and Mishma,
Mm-hmm.
and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tamar, Judah,
Napish. Mm-hmm.
and Kadima.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Huh. I remember a brother named Quadama, original. Yeah, you read over. Where'd you read to?
15.
Where you were supposed to read to? 13? Okay. That's fine. Okay. All right. Anybody got any questions on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
Little question. So, Genesis 25 and 3, when it talks about Abraham's other sons,
Mm-hmm.
one of them named Midian. So this is where Jethro descended from?
Right. The Midianites. Yep. He's the father of nations, right? All right. Next, brother. Oh, it's you. It's you already. Oh.
Bakar Gabar, Shabda Shaw, Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Bakar Gabar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bon Yashala, and Magic. Right.
Yahawba Shem Yahashai Brakatam.
Yahawba Shem
Yahashai
Yahashai
Brakatam.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. Ishmael? He was still a Hebrew. So they would be Hebrew Ishmaelites. We know that, remember, as time went on, right, the language changed, right? But they were Hebrew Ishmaelites. That means that, who was their father? No, their father was who? Abraham, right? So Abraham did what? He was a Hebrew. So what language he teaching? Hebrew. So yeah, they had Hebrew names. Yeah. And then over time, what happened? You got derivatives of that. Different derivatives. That's why, like, Arabic is similar to Hebrew. You got, they say salim. It's just shalom. Yeah. They say Allah. Allah means power in Hebrew. And Allah is their God. Right? Their power. Right? And when you get into the technicalities of who they serve as a God, it goes into the Kaaba stone and all that stuff. But that word is used. Right? A lot of similarities with words. It's still the same thing. Right? Abba, Amma, father, mother, right? It's a lot. Yeah, so. All right, come on. You refer verse 15? 14.
Genesis.
He read to verse 15 already.
Oh, okay. Genesis chapter 25, verse 16.
Yeah.
These are the sons of Ishmael.
Uh-huh.
And these are their names by their towns and by their castles. 12 princes according to their nations. Verse 17. And these are the years of the life of.
And we've been through that. We don't have to do it again. We went to Ishmael, looked up Ishmael. It tells you they're the Arabs, right? Oh, they come from Arabia. Okay, that's who they are. All right. Sometimes when you deal with, God, I forgot the word. When you deal with the study of people. It might be the sociology, but when you deal with, it's sociology, right? When you deal with sociology and dealing with a lot of people in the Bible, some is made, the Most High made it easy for some of them to go right back because the scriptures will tell you. Some of them is not so easy. You got to go through the precepts. No, you got to turn that down. It's too loud. It's given like this. Yeah. So Ishmael is one of those easy ones where you can go to, and it tells you in the Bible that they're the father of the Arabia, and then the dictionary tells you it coincides with the scriptures, right? All right, go ahead. Yeah.
And these are the years of the life of Ishmael.
Yeah.
137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. Verse 18. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as it goes toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. Verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram.
Right. So when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian. Why? Because that's where he dwelt. Right? He dwelt in verse 20, Padan Aram. Right? That is field. Padan Aram is a region of Syria. Right? Okay. This is in Mesopotamia. This is northern Mesopotamia. So once again, you're dealing with the people of Mesopotamia, the oldest civilization ever, right? They always talk about that. It was in Mesopotamia. Well, that's who Abraham came from, his family. Go ahead. But you see why that got to be broke down? Why? Who caught it? Because you think, well, he's a Syrian. Wait, he's not a Hebrew. We already went through and showed that this was that Laban was cousin to Abraham, right? So, I'm nephew, excuse me. He was nephew. So they were family, right? So they were in this plain. They lived in this plain. But remember, Abraham himself wasn't a Syrian. He wasn't from Ur, right? His nationality wasn't a Hittite. He was a Hebrew living in that land. Y'all got that? I know right now y'all might be thinking that has no importance. But down the road, you're going to be like, why, damn, that little thing, you're going to be saying, no, this is what he was because his brother, his uncle was this. His family was this, right? His nephew was this. You understand? Okay. Because then they're going to say what? His rib is a what? If you don't know, oh, his rib was a Syrian. See? She was Syrian. Because it says she was a Syrian of Padanaram. No. It's just talking about where they lived at. Y'all see that? All right, go ahead.
The sister to Laban, the Syrian. Verse 21. And Isaac entreated the Most High for his wife.
Right.
Because she was barren. And the Most High was entreated.
A lot of times, many of times, men, women, the husband can beseech the father on your behalf to have a child. Right? While you're over here at your husband because you're not pregnant or you're going through this psychological battle because you're not having a baby, your husband can be the one that can beseech the father on your behalf. But now, what are you doing? Because you haven't learned, dang, wives, dwell with your, wives, love your husbands as unto the Lord. You're disrespecting him, and he's going back to the Most High, like, Yahweh, in his mind, please don't let me get her pregnant. Please, Yahweh, don't let her get pregnant. Lord, don't let this one drop. Why? Because you are what? You're adverse. Why would he want to have a baby with a woman that's going to be the commander-in-chief and divide the house in the long run? That's why my suggestion is, brothers, know the field that you're finna lay your seed in and make sure it's good ground. Because if not, that ground will easily be sold to somebody else. Right? It'll be given to somebody else. Right? And everything on it. Go ahead.
And the Most High was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. Verse 22.
Right?
And the children struggled together within her.
Right. Now, I know you're thinking at this time, Kazakia, we've been here 4 hours already. Okay? But we have to touch on this. Because all the information once again, I had another brother just hit me up about the Japhet. The Edomites of Japhet. It's like, bro, how many times we got to go over this? You got to study. I do not want to hear one of y'all faces telling me Esau's Japhet in 5 years. Like, how many damn classes we going to sit through? But because you see some dummy online tell you that Esau's Japhet, you got to study. All right? So that's why I'm going to have to go through this. For the kids that need to be in here sitting in class taking notes. And for you sisters and brothers. So when you get on YouTube and the air quote camp leader tells you, yeah, the Edomites are Japhet, you can have full knowledge, full wisdom to say, nah, that's not true. Okay? Y'all got this? Okay. So where are we starting from?
Verse 22.
Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 25 and verse 22. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so.
If I have a blessing. Read.
If it be so, why am I thus?
Why is these kids in me kicking my butt? Right? Go ahead.
And she went to inquire of the Most High.
She didn't go to a soothsayer. She didn't go to her mama. She went to what? The Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 23.
Right?
Genesis chapter 25, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto her.
Ma Waller, get in here, bro. Come on. Y'all need to be taking these notes. This is very important here. Who else is here? Shariah, get in here. Unless you're watching the kids. Y'all got to get this. This is important time right here to show you where the Edomites, the so-called white people, come from. It's right here. Where are we at again?
Genesis chapter 25 and verse 23.
Right. Okay. She said, if I got a blessing, why is these kids struggling in my womb? First of all, this whole thing right now is not a regular story. Like, Shalimai is pregnant and she's like, wow, the baby's moving down. Listen, she's not having Esau and Jacob. She's going through regular birth pains. This is an anomaly. You understand that? That's why the Most High is pointing this out. It's not a regular birth that's going to happen in the sense of two regular children being born. This is something different was going to happen here. Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto her.
What?
Two nations.
Stop. Stop. Right here shows you that the children that were born in her belly was going to be two different nations. Right? Okay. You got to listen. And I'm going to let you come in with your question. Go ahead. What you got?
Well, I'm going to let you finish because I don't know if this question is going to say it.
Okay, go ahead.
And the Most High said unto her.
Go ahead.
Two nations are in thy womb.
Right, two nations. Right, go ahead.
And two manner of people.
Stop. Two manner. What is the definition of manner, Aria?
The definition of manner.
Go ahead.
A way in which a thing is done or happens. A person's outward bearing.
Wait, hold on. Read that again.
A person's outward bearing.
No, read it from the top.
A way in which a thing is done or happens.
Now, how do we know that Esau is a whole different nation and just wasn't a black guy, red bone? Very important, because now they're like, yeah, he was just a black dude, but light skinned. He was a red bone. No, he's not a red bone. Literally, from the womb, it's telling you. Like, what's the difference? What would be the difference between Asa and Ariah? Right? One's light skin. Is there anything different between them? No.
You got hair in that, though?
Right. They both so-called black people, right? And he's just a little bit lighter. But you're not going to say, wait a minute, you're a red bone. You know what I mean? Like, bro. They both are known as so-called black people, right? Okay. Where would the anomaly be in that? Huh? Unless he came out with a bald head, or he actually did. Right? Unless he came out totally different, there would not be an importance in this story. So let's strike that off of the damn list. That the baby Esau was born was just he was the color of a red horse, right? That's not what it's saying here. That two nations, two different nations. You be like, damn, well, how did Most High put in this woman with one seed two? He's telling you what he did. He's telling you that they were going to be different mannerisms. What else?
A person's outward bearing or way of behaving towards others.
Right. The whole mannerism. When you look at the black man and the white man is totally damn different. Don't come with this. They was just light-skinned brothers. This is a whole different nation, two different mannerisms, the way they walk, talk, the way they dress, the way they move, right? They move different. Their whole vibe is different. What's your question?
So we understand that a lot of these things are symbolic or something. So my question was, when the Most High changed Abram's name to Abraham, was that like the representation of the two nations being born in the womb from his son Isaac? Because he's the father of all nations?
You're reaching.
Okay.
Yeah, you're really reaching. You don't want to correlate that. You don't even have to do that. You don't have to do that with that, because all the evidence and facts are going to come out dealing with Esau, right? And the Abraham thing is a whole different name, because why would I break that down to that point? The significance of Abraham changing from one to the next is with Abraham, right? It didn't necessarily have to correlate with this, right? Okay, just like Jacob, right? When his name was changed into Jacob to Israel, it was about him, right? All right, go ahead.
It says a characteristic or customary mode of acting.
A characteristic or customary mode of acting. When you deal with the Edomites and the black people, you have a customary mode, a different vibe, different actions. Y'all get this? Okay, we gotta be clear with this, y'all. We have to be clear with this. Are y'all getting this? Mawala, Khan, are you tapped in? Shunyaban, Malakia, y'all get this? Danyala, Arya, are you understanding? Are you understanding? Manatazai. Okay, it's very important that you understand, because when you get 18 and you get on YouTube, it's not going to stop. They're going to still try to do all in their power to not identify Esau with the so-called white man. Why? Because they don't want them to be the evil ones. They don't want them to be the condemned ones. Right? Okay. Go ahead.
Two manner of people shall be separated from thy body.
Right. Two manner of people shall be separated. Right? Esau and Jacob were going to be separate in every way from the body. Oh, what's the point of saying when you take out the twins, they're going to be separated? No duh. Like, unless they're conjoined twins, why do you have to, why does that have to be brought out? Why does it have, it's the significance of separated? Because in everything we were separate. Right? Our spirit is contrary to theirs. Their spirit is contrary to ours. And you can say that since the beginning of their inception, it has not stopped for them to hate us.
Right.
The scripture said in Ezekiel, a perpetual hatred. Literally. All the way up to the year 2022. It hasn't stopped. Okay. Do we get that from the Arabs? Do we get that from the Africans? Yeah, they don't like us. But are they the ones that when they see you, they grind their teeth and they say, you nigga, what are you doing in our area? Huh? Yeah, ain't no Hamite Karen.
That's right.
Karen is derived from the white woman that is embedded within the fabric of her soul to hate your black ass skin when you walk through her neighborhood or you're doing something you don't supposed to do. So let's get off this. The white man is not Esau. Let's look at the characteristics, the mannerisms, and how we've been separated. Basic scripture before we get into history books. Let's just go off of that. How is it, Japheth? First of all, the people of the island, right, are not over here oppressing the black man. They didn't bring us on cargo slave ships. What the hell is y'all problem? Now I'm getting Ariale in here because, right? Because this is a no-brainer when you look at history, when you look at what's going on today, right? The people of the islands ain't over here whooping our ass in the streets and shooting us down and talking about, don't resist. You shot him in the street, he's not breathing, and you're yelling, don't resist. Who the hell is that? Now, we'll add all the verses that show you who these people are, but right here it's telling you we were going to be separate. Y'all get that? Read.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
Right. The one people was going to be stronger than the other people. Right. Go back to when basketball first started. This is what I did the other day. Go back to when basketball was first started. And you see those sloppy ass Edomites on that basketball court, and then who popped up? Who popped up? The black man. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain. And Wilt Chamberlain, nobody's achieved what Wilt Chamberlain has achieved on that damn court. This guy was a monster. And guess what? Nobody. The white man in 2022 is barely trying to reach the success of the greats of the so-called black man. Look at football. It changed from an all-white sport. Basketball. It changed from an all-black white sport. Right? The only sport that we haven't conquered is hockey.
You got black hockey players, though.
You do. But that's the only sport. Golf. Take it. Right? Football. Take it. Basketball. Take it. Boxing. Take it. You over here doing this right here. The black man come in and what? Start dancing on that ass salsa. Muhammad Ali. And people, great boxers, black men before Muhammad Ali. I'm not a boxing guy, so I can't name names. Jack Johnson, there we go. Sugar Ray.
Got 200-something fights.
Right, exactly. Right? One people is stronger than the other people. And now, who is that contention always against? Why is it always? Now, listen. You're saying, well, it's always against the black man in Issachar because they done beat all the Edomites. So we can only compete against our own people. So I'm talking about from the beginning of his inception. It was Esau, and then Jake had to come in and show them, look how better we are, how more superior we are in everything we do. Right? This is what the Most High is showing us. We're not competing against any other nation. We're not competing against the Arabs and the Africans. Right? And you're like, well, what about Giannis? He's probably an Israelite any damn way. He's definitely an Israelite, right? We're not competing with them. And if anything, they're the last of the totem pole. Who did we have to go through to show in every arena in life? Finances, right? Wealth, sports, right? Psychology. Look at all the inventions that we made, and who stole them? The Arabs? Y'all gotta stop it with this damn Japhet is the Edomites. The white man is the Edomite nation. We're not competing with nobody. We're not having a battle with nobody. We're not having to fight nobody. But the damn enemy that keeps pursuing us constantly. Right, every step of the way. Now, we didn't even put in all the scriptures yet. I'm going into manner, different, separate. Manner, different, separate. Right? This is that book. If you don't know, and some of y'all don't know, for y'all that are bored, you could just look past this, right? For y'all, I'm sorry, I'm a bad man. Don't say dumb stuff and I won't quote you. Don't say they're like, yo, I was kind of bored with that class. It's like, okay then, like you can break it down then. So if you're bored, close your ears. All right? I'm sorry. Listen, I got to get you somehow. Don't say those dumbass stuff like that. All right. This is that book for the young kids that don't know and haven't got this. Write it down. Who is Esau? Who is Edom? This white man is not totally correct when he gives a lot of information on here. But he does bring out some information. He doesn't identify that all white people are the Edomites. He tries to cut out and be like, oh, the Jews are the only Edomites. Well, we know those Jews came from who? Esau. Right. These cats are still from the tribes of the Edomites, the Amalekites. Right? Okay. So I want to get that right so as when you get the book, you don't take everything in here for doctrine. We know the only thing that correlates is what he's saying about the Edomites, right? There is not one favorable or positive statement in the Bible in relation to Esau, Edom. They know this.
Yeah.
But how he does this adverse, but how does this adverse relationship with God, I'm going to use that word right now, with the Most High, it's always been an adverse relationship with Esau, Edom, right? It says, it has towards Esau, Edom, help us to identify who this character is in the world today. To help us answer this, we have to put ourselves into the role which Esau has been assigned in God's script. If the Most High hated you and your ancestors, how would you react? And what will you do? By natural reaction, you would be against God. Okay, all right. So this Caucasian man knows this. When you look at all the images that were created, are they Arabs? Show me the picture where they put God up as an Arabic guy. They're barely doing that now because everybody want to identify, right? But in the Renaissance period, was it Arabs? Chinese? No. Right? Who is the one that the Most High has hatred to forever? Who? Two scriptures. Who got them? Come on. Two scriptures. I know you got one of them. Write this down. Who the Most High has anger against forever? Who? What you got?
Romans chapter 9, verse 13.
And then we're going to get the other one. And the man's name, who it is, should have it. Right. Go ahead. Read Romans 9:13. Go ahead.
And it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Now, raise your hand and tell me why the Most High hates Esau. Why? Stand up, brother. You got to stand up and talk loud.
Maybe they, cause...
No maybe. No. What does the scripture say? I want you to refer back to there. Okay, give me your maybe then. I want to hear your maybe. Go ahead. Jeremiah what?
No, he said, what would you want to say?
No, what I'm saying is, what are you going to say? Why does God have this anger and hatred against Esau?
I was saying because they tell lies.
They tell lies. That's good. The scripture said they're the father of lies, right? But in order to correlate this back now, correlate it to history, and correlate it to what is going to identify who the white man is. Listen to what I'm saying. How to identify who the white man is. The Bible tells you what this person would do, right? What type of individual they'd be. Why does God hate this man? Why?
Obadiah 1 and 10.
Read Obadiah 1 and 10.
Obadiah chapter 1 verse 10.
Uh-huh.
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee.
So why does God hate Esau?
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee.
The Most High saying shame was going to cover Esau because the violence against his brother Jacob. Now, any other ones on that? There's a lot. Okay, we're still going to go why the hated one that goes with Romans 9:13. But give me a scripture that proves why. It says that violence against thy brother Jacob, right? So what is the Bible telling us? This is a key point to know that Japheth is not the Edomites, that the white people are not Japheth. Right? What is the key point? The violence against thy brother Jacob. Who the hell is whipping our ass? Who's whipping our ass? Who shoot us down in the street? Who went through, hanged us, burnt us, killed us, and still today will kill your ass on the street like nothing? Who? The Samoans? The Polynesians? The Eskimos? Y'all gotta stop with this stupidity. What you got?
Malachi chapter 1.
Okay, I said hold that scripture. We're going to go back to that. But now we're on the point of why the Most High, or why Esau is the hated of the Most High. We're going to jump back to that one too. We kind of subbed in there with something else. Go ahead.
I got Amos 1 and 11.
Amos 1 and 11. Write it down. Write it down. Now you guys are hitting the gunners. Ma Willer, you got my book. If you just go to the scriptures, I got like 30 scriptures next to it. Next to Amos, all that. You got them all right there. Go ahead. Amos what?
Amos chapter 1 and verse 11.
Write it down, y'all. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord, for three transgressions of Edom, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof.
Right. This is why God is angry with the Edomites. This is why God hates Esau. This is why it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Go ahead.
Because he did pursue his brother
right.
with the sword.
Read.
And did cast off all pity. And his anger did tear perpetually.
Right, because his anger tears perpetually. Right. Look at this nation on this earth. Now, if you believe, here's how this is simply put, without all the theatrics. Do you believe you're a Hebrew Israelite? Okay, so who pursues you consistently? The Arab man? The Polynesian man? The China man? The Indonesian man? Okay then, stop with all this damn madness. All you got to do is read the scripture and it tells you who is against us. History tells us. This is a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. We got all these different books. I'm gonna read those, but this is for the brothers and sisters that are listening to that. Y'all got to understand. Listen to what he said here. If God hated you and your ancestors, how will you react and what will you do? By natural reaction, you would be against the Most High, his people, and try to prevent them from finding out you are Esau. This is a white man that's writing this. How the hell the black man don't know that? What are y'all talking about? So when you go to the Hebrews, the Negroes, the brother got that wrong in there. He's got that wrong. The people of Japheth are not the white people. Right? The Edomites are the white people because those are the ones that we historically can identify with the transgressions that they have against the black, Hispanic, the Israelite man. Con? Okay, what? Perpetual. Go ahead.
It's not perpetual. Occurring repeatedly, so frequent as to seem endless and uninterrupted.
Meaning that what? He's going to whoop you to whoop you to whoop you. Stop Stop resisting. He's dead. Drop the gun. I seen the one. He shot him. He can't move. You shot him in the spine. Drop the gun. Stop resisting. How about stop breathing, bro? What else you got? Did you finish it?
It says, and he kept his wrath forever.
And Esau doesn't let up on us. Their hatred doesn't let up on us. They think you're a violation to existence. This is how you know the Jews that are calling themselves the Jews, they're not the Jews. This is how you know who the true Jews are. Right? What you got?
I got Ezekiel 25 and verse 12.
Ezekiel 25 and 12. Is it on point? Okay, stay on the point. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Most High Power, because that Edom have dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance, and have greatly offended and revenged himself upon them.
Right. You see, this is what the Most High says, Ezekiel 25 and 12. They have greatly revenged. Why does it seem like this guy has something against us? Right? Their true manner, they were going to be separated from the boughs. Right? And as we read on in Genesis, we're going to see it all flow together. But now we're reading more biblical, historical accounts that these people, what they would do. Then you match it up to history itself, and say, okay, if we're the Israelites, well, who had the perpetual? Who was dumping you over the ships and feeding you to alligators? The Arabs? Come on now. Who was doing that? Oh, the Arabs, the Chinese came over here to America and slit your women's breasts, cut them out, blast them on trees? Who was that? Y'all gotta... I get it. You have a mom that's Caucasian. It's fine. Respect your mom. But know that she's an Edomite. Your grandma, you're like, well, my grandma's a white woman. It's okay. You know what I mean? But know that she's an Edomite. Right? I'm not saying go in, kick in the door, and grandma tell grandma she's the devil. Right? What I'm saying is this. Biblically, the Most High is showing us who the Edomites are. You can't deny them when you add history to it. Y'all get this, right? I know you're thinking like, well, why are you pressing the issue? Because 5 years from now, you're going to be like, oh, I never knew Japhet was in this land. It's like, brother, what are you talking about? Stop it with this, y'all. What? Yeah, in a woman's room. Where do you think Emmett Till comes from? Where do you think Emmett Till comes from? He whistled at me. Oh yeah? Where that little ninja at? What they do to Emmett Till? So the women ain't, of course. Listen, the young white girl that just killed her boyfriend from TikTok, right? What happened? They heard her saying what? Nigger words. Right? So, in the back of her mind, while she was getting blown out by her Mandingo warrior, in the back of her mind is what? Yeah, beat it up, nigga. Right? In the end, that's what drove her, because that's in the back of their mind. And I know you Israelites want to think, damn, you know what? But there's some good white people. Put that white person in the end of time, in the end of days, and having them struggle between you and a meal. Right? They ain't going to be all the characters, the Avengers, and flying and getting. They ain't going to be the outstanding characters that movie make them look like. They will put your ass to death. And I know it's hard to bear witness, but that's what it is. We're not saying go bang on the white people. We're not saying go hurt white people. We're not saying none of that stuff. But you better be in reality. The reality of what the hell is. And this is why they don't want you to know who they are. They want to avoid the fact so you can let down your guard in your mind, and then what? They sneak up behind your ass with a big dildo. Because that's what they like to do. Y'all got to stop this, man. This is foolishness. Yeah. So who had their hand raised? Okay. What other scripture? Any other scriptures on why God is angry with Esau? We're finding out in Obadiah because he didn't quit. He pursued us. In Ezekiel, he constantly pursued us with the beatdown, with bloodshed. Why else?
You already hit Malachi?
We didn't hit Malachi yet. We're going to go back to Malachi. I'm going over the ones where, like he just pulled in Amos 1:11, where it says his brother, he pursued his brother with the sword. That's what they're doing now. Right? When it says in Ezekiel, right? That's what they're doing now. You got another one? Ezekiel 35 and what?
Verse 5, that's 7.
Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 35, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had an end.
Are you listening? So this not only goes back ancient hatred, you got modern day hatred that is still embedded in them. I'm going to ask you, Japhet ideology madness, who the hell is doing this, y'all? You got to wake up. Yeah. Cain. Same spirit in Cain. And we're going to go, after we dump these scriptures, I'm going to go right there. We're going to go to that 1 John. You can get it, right? You can get that 1 John after we finish this. Go ahead.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Most High Power, I will prepare thee unto blood, and blood shall pursue thee.
Right.
Since thou hast not hated blood, even blood shall pursue thee.
Right. Even what?
Blood shall pursue thee.
That's what you're not getting. Now, this is just we're right here at the beginning of this to give y'all the understanding biblically. We're doing a little bit of these cats' research and history, and the white man already telling you, right? But this should be a no-brainer if you're reading the scriptures, and the scriptures is your foundation. This is not a black or white thing, y'all. Stop this. This ain't a black because they're light-skinned. We got a lot of light-skinned Israelites. They're not our enemy because they're skin color. This has to do deeper than that. It's deeper than rap. It's deeper than Nino Brown. Right? This goes back to their deep hatred for their brother, what the Most High said in the spirit, and the brother just brought it out, the spirit of Cain that's in these people. The spirit that has been pursuing us. Death, hate, bloodshed. Go ahead.
Thus will I make Mount Seir most desolate.
Right. This is why the Most High is going to make them desolate. This is why they have to pay. Go ahead.
And cut off from it him that passeth out, and him that returneth.
You see that? So, okay. Do we got any more precepts with that? With these sequence of scriptures showing why God hates Esau? Why the Most High hates Esau? Any other ones? You got one. Where is that?
Psalms 137 and 7.
Let me see. Go ahead and read it.
Psalms 137 and 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Esau in the days of
okay, lift up your voice. Come on, read it a little bit louder so they can hear you online.
Come. Psalms chapter 137, verse 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Esau in the day of Jerusalem.
The children of Edom. Go ahead.
In the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it,
destroy it.
Even to the foundations thereof.
Right. There hasn't been a period in the Israelite history where the Edomites haven't been about destroying us. We spoke about Emmett Till, right? The women. What about Rosewood? Rosewood was real. It wasn't just a movie. It was based on real life. Once again, the so-called white woman, this Edomite woman, making an allegation that she was raped by an Israelite, and that set off what? A whole massacre. Look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. All these things from centuries, the existence, they have continually shown a perpetual hatred against us.
So I mean, it's clear, it's easy. This hasn't been the Arabs or the Africans or anybody else, but the so-called white man.
Okay, we got that. Anything else? Any other ones? What?
I don't know the verse, but I know the statement.
What is it?
Least there be a profane person like Esau. I don't know where it's at.
Oh, you're talking about in Hebrews. No. But the sequence of scriptures we on, I want y'all to get these. The ones y'all just dropped does what? It identifies the perpetrator. Right? It identifies, and you open up the records like they do us, right? They go to court, they open up the records. You ran 3 red lights, huh? You got a little domestic dispute. Something wrong with you, right? Well, let's open up the records on Esau. And what do we find out? He's pursued us. It's perpetual. It's a constant bloodshed. Then we identify. That's not me. That's mistaken identity. Oh, wait a minute there. This ain't mistaken identity. This is you, buddy. Red and hairy all over. Okay, that's you, guy. And that's who we're trying to identify so we can kill this. It's the Japhites. Or rather what they're saying is the white man is Japhet, not the Edomites. To deter you, like he said, it says, and try to prevent them from finding out you are Esau. The one power, the one God is against, knowing that if God is against something, so will his followers. Check that out. He's killing it in this one, boy. What?
Based upon that statement, I think it will go good with Malachi 1 and 4.
Right. Come, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I'm with you, brother. You got one more? Okay, let me, once again, I'm trying to give you these, make it simple. So when somebody says to you, oh, Esau's Japhet, you're going to take them to Genesis. Then you're going to take them to what and why Esau, what he did, and why it makes him the hated against God. Then you can show them in history. Before you even get to all these books or whatever, you're showing them in history who did this, brother. Was it, what nation was it? They're going to say, damn, well, the white people did that. Okay, who does the Bible say they are? Edomites. They don't say they're Japhites, right? That's what I'm trying to do right now. Give you those sequences so you can break it down to somebody very simple, right? Go ahead.
2 Chronicles 28 and 17.
2 Chronicles 28 and 17.
Right, because we always use the curses to identify that we are the Israelites, right? And one of those curses we talk about the captivity that we was led in. Read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 28 and verse 17. For again, the Edomites.
The who?
The Edomites.
Read.
Had come and smitten Judah.
Right.
And carried away captives.
And did what?
Carried away captives.
Come on. Like, yeah, we was in the Hammond slave trade under the Arabs. But this has been something that Esau has perpetually done. They have always done that. I mean, and this is how the so-called Jew are in the position that they're in now, because they're the ones that benefited from putting insurance on slaves. It wasn't the Arabs. The Arabs aren't rich because of what they gained. Look at all these banks. Bank of America, Chase, all of these major American institutions that had a history linked back to our captivity. The Arabs are wealthy because of oil. That's why they're wealthy. They're not wealthy because of putting us in captivity and selling us on the auction blocks.
Now, check this out, man. This is bruh. I actually, you know, some of these books I skim over, I actually read this one. Right? Now, I got to read it again because my memory is vague on it. But this goes down in here. It says, why do you suppose the Jews from organization, no, hold on. Did I read that part? Who is it tries to conceal their identity as one of the hated claiming? Oh, yeah. Who is it that tries to conceal their identity as Edom? The one hated of the Most High by claiming to be Israel. The one loved by God, the Father. Only one group of people reacts and through God have a hatred for them, that is the Jews. Which he's right. His problem is he's only trying to identify them. But they are a sect of Esau that's over there claiming to be us. Right? But check this out. I'm going to read on. It says, why do you suppose the Jews from organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League to monitor and combat hatred and to identify hate groups? It says, will not Esau want to do this? Why is it that it is predominantly Jews who promote the anti-hate Jews laws?
You talking about the same ADLU
right.
that put the pressure on the brother Ye or Ye, right, and on the brother Kyrie? That's the same people? Right. No, that can't be. It's clear. It's so crystal clear. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. How are they saying that they're anybody but the so-called white man?
Man. So are y'all seeing this? You had your hand raised a little bit. It was a little hype. You good? Okay. All right. Remember, I'm doing this because train of thought. If you're dealing with this subject and you're gonna get it online, you gotta have a sequence of how you're gonna attack that. I think one of the main important things is identifying Esau the Bible. Why? Why does God hate them? Why are they against us? Right? To manner to different people. Y'all get that? And then what happens? Then you can go through history, and then you can say, okay, brother, now let's look at history. Who do these people match to? Y'all see that? Y'all getting this? Because when I ask you again, you're not going to freeze on me. You're not going to be like, I was bored at that time. All right? You're going to answer the question, scholars. All right, look. So we got that. The Chronicles is done? Okay. Go to Malachi now. Let's go to the Malachi 1 and 4. This goes with what? Romans 9 to 13, right? Okay, go ahead.
Malachi chapter 1 verse 4.
Go ahead.
Whereas Esau said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
Right, because if you know a little bit of history, you don't have to be a history scholar, you know that Esau was pushed up in the caves at a time. Right? And these times that they were pushed up into the cave, they always came back and did what? Rebuild. They always came out as another nation. The Ottoman Turks. They came out as the Jews. They came out as the Ishmaelites. Like all these fake Arabs you see over there. President, he's a damn Edomite that speaks Arabic. You got the Israel, right? Those are Edomites that speak what? Off-brand Hebrew, right? Those ain't Israel. Those ain't even Arabs or Jews. And I know you were thinking, what, with the Jews? No, the true Jews, the true Arabs were dark, bro. They were not only dark, their whole lineage didn't come from an Edomite line. Yeah. Okay, Kenny Trejana, the devil is trying to get you to move your cars. Right? You know it ain't going to stop. I'm going in, right? What?
They're not parking the parking spots, the correct parking spot.
Oh, okay. Actually, it's your fault. So,
yeah, but you're not.
So you're not in the actual spot. Yeah, get in the lines. Get in the lines because Esau got to put us in the lines, right? Boy, go put that car in lines, right? You got to make sure you're in the lines or we get checked on everything, right? Go to the mall, like, that music's too loud, bro. Stay in the lines, right? See, this is what it is with Esau. They always constantly are putting us, it's like they don't let up. Why you just won't do it right, Negro? You just can't do it right. I don't see no damn Arab doing that or no Chinese guy doing that. They're just like, hurry up and buy, get the Chinese food and go. But they're not shooting you down in the street, stumping you out, killing your kids. Y'all got to understand this, man. And this is why I'm so passionate about this, because the truth will make you free.
Right.
It will make you free if you realize these basics, right? And then, listen, for all you cats out there that don't want to bear witness to the scriptures, look, even the white man's telling you. Here. Huh? Go get the book. The white man is telling you. A book by Charles A. Wiseman, right? For all you brothers that got family members that are Edomites and you can't look at them that way, it's okay. It's okay. Read on.
Thus said the Lord.
Go ahead.
They shall rebuild, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness.
They shall call them the border of wickedness. What people have perpetuated wickedness through the earth? What people set themselves up as God, the angels, the sun, right? What people rules the world with a rod of iron, and they're the most destructive nation, but what? Holds everybody to this high standard that they don't follow. The Arabs don't give a damn about y'all. You know what they care about? Listen, we making money over here. Saudi Arabia ain't give a damn about. They don't care about all that holy war. They like, listen, how are we gonna keep this money rolling? Right? The only ones that's on the holy war is the ones in dirt fields, and they don't got no power. But we know one nation that do got the power, and what do they constantly do? Continually make laws to break you down. They continually set up a system to keep you poor, broke, and without.
Right.
What?
Specifically what you had said, Daniel chapter 7, verse, I think 25.
Change signs and laws, exactly. Yeah. Go ahead, read on.
And the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever.
See, the Bible says he has indignation forever.
Right.
Now, when you go back to that Ezekiel 35, he tells you why. He didn't just say, I hate them for no reason. He said, because you guys didn't stop. Right? Now, let's go to the one that Kenny had quoted. Let's go to that 1 John. Let's go to that 1 John. Add this to your notes. You got to add this to your notes. Go to 1 John 3. T- 3 and 10.
1 John chapter 3, verse 10.
Go ahead.
In this, the children of the Most High are manifest.
Right.
And the children of the devil.
The children of the devil are manifest. I know I'm going in, ain't I? Y'all want to hear this, huh? Huh? The children of the devil are manifest. Go ahead.
Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of the Most High.
Okay. Now, that only ain't talking about the red devil. There's a lot of our people that are the devil too. Okay, go ahead.
Neither he that loveth not his brother.
Right. Neither he that what?
Loveth not his brother.
See, this is why the Most High said for us not to abhor the Edomite. Because the point was for you not to be like them, motivated by hate, anger, and perpetually killing them. Because think about it. If we were motivated like them, bro, there wouldn't be no hugging. There wouldn't be no forgiving. There wouldn't be no let bygones be bygones. Our people perpetuate that. Right? But why they hit you over the head with a damn stick? The Most High is showing they're the children of the devil. And I know you're thinking like, man, really? With the horns and with the tail? Almost, but no. The spiritual demon Satan might manifest itself in that way. We're talking about the physical counterpart. What does a devil or evil person do? Well, they kill their brother. They're murderous people. They promote death and murder, and they what? Perpetuate this through the world. So you can see how some of our people got the spirit of Satan on them. So let me say that properly. You got the children of the devil, and then you got our people that what? Let that spirit of the devil come on them. Go ahead.
For this is the message that ye heard from the beginning.
Go ahead.
That we should should love one another.
Right?
Not as Cain, who was of that wicked one.
Right. So Cain was of the devil. He had the spirit of Satan in him. 1 John 3. And we started from verse 10, we're at verse 12. Yeah, go ahead.
Not as Cain, who was of that wicked one, and slew his brother.
Right.
And wherefore slew he him.
Slew he him. So we're dealing with that spirit of Cain. So when you go through those scriptures and you read about who pursued us, right? Who's the evil person? Once again, let's open the records on the so-called white man.
Right.
And let's look at, is God on the Sistine Chapel Asian? Butt naked Asian? Hell no, he's a butt naked white man that thinks what? He's God. What? Right. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 8. Right. Go ahead, read it real quick, and then we'll jump in.
2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 8.
And
then shall the wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming.
Yeah. The wicked is perfect. The wicked is being revealed right now, and I can't believe it after all these many generations, and also all this history, and after all the killings, and after the perpetual deaths of the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we still want to act like it ain't him. Y'all are tripping. And the only one that's going to try to paint that narrative is cats that probably got some Edomite in them. Right? Say it again up. House niggas. Right? That's the only ones that's trying to paint that narrative. Right? You trying to come with that, go have him grab my books out of the car. Now I wanna since we're on this point, I said I was gonna do this. That way we could go ahead and get it on video, and every time a cat asks, oh brother, well Japheth, and like, here's a video. We done did that again and 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 again. Gotta study, right? Yeah. We gotta study. All right. But I want to throw this all in there because this is being recorded. And there's a lot of people that need this, y'all. You got the keys? Pop that for them. So, remember, the video Hebrew to Negroes, he says in there that he alludes that the Japheths are the Edomites. We're finding out just right now it's incorrect. Okay? It's incorrect. Now, I'm going to bring out everything so we can get it on recording, get it on a tape, 2022, right? Okay. It's irritating, y'all. It is irritating because brothers don't study and then they just run with things instead of literally just reading. If you read Genesis 25, 2019 on down. Oh, I didn't. That's fine. Yeah. Now, I wanted to get some specific ones. Go ahead and put right here. No, I need the other ones too. Go get the other ones. And bring that back so we can just throw them in the bag. Right. Now, remember this? I want y'all to remember this. All you got to do is go online. There's so many brothers that tell you about books. Okay. Lee Cummings. We refer y'all to these books. The biggest bone he got in there is that Japheth is the so-called white man. He's on point with a lot of things. Just like the brother with Hebrew to Negroes. But this is one point that he goes off of. Good series. Every book, I suggest them. But for those that got brains and understand what the scriptures say. Because he goes into a lot of history. He goes into archaeology, anthropology. He goes into the tribes. He goes into the migration. So you got the Hebrew to Negroes, the Negro question part 2. He comes with it, y'all. I'm trying to get his series. You got the Negro question part 3. Like, I got all his stuff, which is good. Like the Hebrew Negroes video, but he got one thing that's major wrong. That Japhet is the so-called white people. So when we refer these books, you gotta say that. You gotta say that because there be so many brothers online. They're like getting books, and if you're not telling them out, those books, all the books ain't on point, right? From Babylon to Timbuktu is not all on point, y'all. Right? The what's the other book where he goes through the we were black. There was the Moors and all that. What's that other book? The other book where it goes into us being the Moorish and it goes through the coat of arms. Nobody remembers that book? I don't got it here right now. But, right? Oh, I forgot that one. Need that one right there. So, I'm just throwing it out there. And I know most of y'all got all of this already. But there's a new brother, a new sister that is going to watch this from 5 years from now that they need that. They need the information. They need the edification. Yeah. What? Put these back.
You said Ezekiel 27 and 1.
Which one?
For proving Esau, I was trying to write that one down.
Wait, it was the one he already put. The Ezekiel 30. Which one you push on your button? 35 and 5 down to verse 7. Yeah, all those ones. Did you miss all those?
I got the 25 and 12. I just need to...
Yeah, okay. But remind y'all, I tell y'all to get these, but he got a big bone in here, all right? Japhet is Esau, he says, which is not correct. All right, so we got that. All right, let's go. Where are we at?
1 John chapter 3, verse 12.
Go ahead.
Not as Cain, who was that wicked one, and slew his brother.
He did what?
Slew his brother.
Why was he wicked? Why does the Most High have perpetual hatred against Esau? Because he's red all over?
Slew his brother.
You know what I mean? Because we got some red bone, light-skinned brothers in Israel. Does the Most High hate them because they skin color? Nah, man. So let's get off of that. Let's stop with all that. Right? That ain't what this is about. This ain't racism based off of your color. Right? This is based off of historical hatred that's been passed down from generation to generation that is non-stop. Systemic racism, science racism, financial racism, right? That's what this is about. This is more than just he's white